Out quickly, okay? All right, we got about 12 minutes till we go on the air.
Especially when you're answering questions, be spaced on that close to it. Watch your language. Especially when you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
If you do cuss, just keep on going.
Yeah.
Don't say let something go.
Yeah.
Just if it slips out, just
Yeah.
ignore it.
And they shouldn't.
Hey, we'll run for that later, so it's not.
Yeah, they shouldn't. It should be good.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
But when you get through, you're going to have people coming at you. Wherever we're going to start it is, Coach Stevens is going to talk about it. He's going to put it on the courses. He's going to get it back. And then there's going to be people going through it. It's going to be on TV. It's going to be on Facebook Live. There's going to be cameras and all that. So what we're going to do is go back and forth through the room with the microphone. And people that need to come to the media are going to just get courses. Well, good morning. On behalf of the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, I'd like to welcome you to the Calhoun County Quarterback Club High School Media Day. I want to take a minute before we start. I want to thank Steve Driggers and all the staff at the Anniston Country Club for providing this space for us and doing all the work. They're feeding us. Their staff is always good to help us. And I want to thank the Anniston Country Club for providing a venue like this. It's beautiful and it's very spacious, and it's able for us to have a good media day. I also want to thank the sponsors for this media day. If you take a minute, notice their sponsors' names on the backdrop behind our players each time. Those guys do a lot to help us. Their money funds some of this so that we can make it happen. And we, of course, want you to patron their businesses because you're also a part of this too. So we want to make sure that happens. I'd like to thank the board of the Calhoun County Quarterback Club. They have met tirelessly this summer to put this together, and it makes it a professional outing, and we get a chance to see these players and enjoy what they have to say before this season starts. We're looking for a great day, and I want to mention something about the Quarterback Club before we start in the media day. We meet on Mondays, 8 meetings during the football season. What we do is we bring in a coach, and they bring in their player of the week. Some of them you might see on the stage today, but some of them they may bring up as they're coming forward and leading their program. We get a chance to hear what the coaches say about the program in the school and what the players think about how the season's going and even how they train and the things they do in the games. It's an intimate setting, but it's very nice that we are able to do that. Also, we have speakers that come, keynote speakers. Just to name a few that'll be coming to our club this year will be on September 9th, Houston Nutt. On September 16th, Lauren Sisler. She's a SEC network announcer and commentator. We have Eli Gold coming, Dari Noka from the SEC network, and we'll end up with Holly Rowe, who I don't think she needs any announcing, but it's an opportunity for you to hear these guys speak. And the reason I bring that up is we're looking for some membership, and we have available spots for you to join. If you'd like to join, what we want you to do is reach out to one of the board members, or we have a page on Facebook you can go to, and you can message there, hey, I'd like to be a part. It is a fun night. We provide a dinner. You can come. Starts at 6 o'clock, and we try to get out by 8-ish, and it's just a really good night for everybody involved. The reason we have these meetings and the reason the Quarterback Club is here today is to provide 4 scholarships to these young men that play football in Calhoun County, and they have that opportunity. And we like to use this platform so that these guys might have an opportunity to go on to the next level as far as education, and we want that to happen. With that said, I now want to welcome to our Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the White Plains Wildcats. White Plains competes in a 4A Region 6. The head coach for the Wildcats is Blake Jennings. Today's Coach Jennings has brought with him senior lineman Ty Roberts and senior running back and linebacker Patrick Sams. Coach Jennings, we'd like to start with your opening comments.
Yes, sir. Hey, we appreciate you guys, the Quarterback Club, here having us today. This is probably the best media day in the state. I would put it up against anybody's. It's just always been a great thing you guys have been doing for however many years now, for a long time. Well, again, we appreciate you being here. And like you said, these 2 guys I brought with me today, Ty Roberts here, he's going to play offensive line and defensive line for us. Patrick Sams will play running back and linebacker. These 2 guys got to come today, and because of what they do for us as a program. And because of y'all being able to do this here at the Quarterback Club, this is something they'll remember for forever. So I just appreciate y'all doing this for these kids and recognizing them. I just think it's such a big deal. As for us, though, as a program for White Plains football, really proud of our kids throughout the off season. What we've done from really last November when the season ended till now, the work they've put in that weight room has went a long way. They've come in every day. There's been a lot of consistency with this, and we've seen a lot of gains. We've seen a lot of gains in their speed, and they've done their speed work. They've done their conditioning. But one of the biggest things has been our mentality, and I think that has changed a ton just in a year. Because when you come in last June, you're there for 2 months, and you're really trying to get to know the kids at that point and still develop relationships. Well, now you've been around them for over a year, you develop really good relationships with them, and you learn who they are. And then you start, you start working on that mindset with these guys, and that to me is what changes the culture. And one of those things, my wife and I were talking one night, and she made the comment. She said, dialogue is what changes culture. And it hit me like a ton of bricks, because what you think and what you do on a daily basis, and how the things you say, the things you think, that's what changes the program and where it's at, and what we're trying to do at White Plains High School. And these two guys, they embody everything that we've been doing. That's why they're here today. But they'll be the first ones to tell you there's probably 15 to 20 other guys that we could have brought today, that have done the same thing, that have been bought in and doing everything we ask them to do. And they again, that mindset change is what they've done. Expect to win everything you do. And with that being said, my thing is White Plains football, it should be as successful as the basketball program. Coach Randall's been there for a long time. He's done a phenomenal job with basketball. Baseball's seen some success in the past, and there's no reason football shouldn't see that success. And I think you're going to see that this year. These guys have really put in the work. I think we had a chance to have a really good year. And I go back and I say that about Coach Randall, and it goes back to what I'm talking about, this mindset stuff. He told me last year, and I lean on him a lot. He's taught me a lot as a coach. There's 4 ways you win a game. Sometimes you win them with players, and you got better players and you win games. Sometimes you win it with strategy just because you got a little bit better coaching. Third thing is culture. Your culture may win you a couple of games throughout the year where they've got a little bit better players, but your culture is a little bit better, so you're going to win those games. And the fourth thing is just the will to win and expecting to win. And when you walk on that field, you expect to win every single game. We're not here to lose. And that's what our kids have done a good job of. And I even told him that on Wednesday this week at workouts. We're standing there. It's about, we're right at the end of it. And I said, man, they believe it. And that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited to watch these boys go out on Friday nights and just compete. We're ready for August the 22nd when that first game gets here.
Let's open it up now to questions.
To Blake and Ty and Patrick, what did coming so close to the playoffs last year do as far as juicing that off-season feeling, that environment and the expectations for this year?
I'll go first here with them. Seeing that night when we played Montford, getting beaten overtime, we had a chance to make the playoffs, and we were right there. And, as you go to that game, it's 28-28 in overtime, and you just sit back and you just kind of looked at the crowd. And you've seen the crowd, you've seen the support that we have in White Plains. And I think that's one thing these boys saw too. Like, man, they're behind us. And that's one thing about the White Plains community. They're going to be behind you. No matter what's going on, they're going to be there. But that really, I think, helped with that mindset. And like we talked about it, like we didn't play real well this first 4 or 5 weeks throughout the season. But as the season, we got to the middle of the year, things started changing a little bit. We started playing a little bit better football. And I think for them, it was like, man, we had a chance, and I'll let them speak on it too.
I think it just really stoked the fire a lot. Like you said, seeing the crowd, there's just nothing like when you're standing on the field and you look back and you've got 300 people just yelling at the top of their lungs, beating on that metal tin. You just can't beat it. There's nothing that feels the same.
Yeah, like Ty said, during the game, I didn't even realize how big the crowd was. But whenever overtime hit, I kind of looked and saw the crowd, and I was like, man, there's a lot of people here, and they're really behind us.
Coach, we got another question right here. Last year at this time, you were brand new head football coach. Everything was, you were drinking from a fire hose. I talked to you several times, and you were been an assistant for 13 years, but that head coaching job, it's a different level. Talk just a minute about that, where you're at today versus where you were at 1 year ago today. Is it some things better, some things worse? Talk to us.
It's a million miles from where we were a year this time last year, just with the kids and the stuff they've done. But, as the head coach part of it, it's learning to what you have to get done, like all the different little stuff that goes on that you really don't think about as when you're an assistant. Like you said, I was assistant for 13 years, and there's just other little things that have to be done all the time. But then you have to go back and you have to fall back on people your assistant coaches, they help me a ton. You know, Coach Sprayberry, that dude at the drop of a hat, he would be there to help me. So that makes it a lot easier there, you know, as being a head coach. We got people, you know, in the community. Van Roberts, he's helped me a ton. I can call him and he's there. So having support from everybody, I think that's been the biggest thing that makes it the easiest. And I think this year will be a little bit easier. Last year, you know, your first year head coach, you're the baseball coach. We had a newborn. Miles was born in September, and you know, so that's not going on this year. So that'll make it a lot easier, and it just, I don't know, it's been a lot easier. I know that going in from one year to the next.
Question right here. This is for Ty and Patrick. You guys, of course, are seniors. You've been going up through White Plains, probably had several coaches. Tell us what it means to you guys to lead. And as Coach Jennings told me before you started, he could have brought 30. But what does it mean to be up here and to lead these players through the hallways, through their work, through their studies, and then when they get out on the field? Do you guys feel that part of not the pressure, but the responsibility?
Like you said, pressure. I don't really think it's pressure. I think it's really a great feeling when you know that you're well, I'm a senior this year, so like your 9 through 11 is looking up at you and seeing what you're doing and almost mimicking what you do. But when they see you do good things, they're going to do it. But they also going to see you do bad things. That's why, like you said, you could have brought up 30 people. Being one of those, the top two, there's a lot of things people look after, and so with all those eyes on you, you can't really. You gotta do the right thing, like integrity. You gotta do the right thing. People, when you think no one's looking, but really the people are.
You know, ever since I was little, you always look up to high schoolers, and I've been waiting for this moment for a while. And now that I'm here, I got to lead and be responsible. You know, 9 through 11, they look up to me. So when I do something bad, they're going to mimic it. And when I do something good, they're going to look up to me. You always got to lead in the right way and not bring them down, but always pick them up. So really establish that into my mindset.
I think these two guys, I'll say this, we talked last year about coach-led teams versus player-led teams, and last year it was more of a coach-led team, and where this year, and you hear that from a lot of places, but it truly has been more of a player-led team, player-led by example in the weight room and on the field and during our practice. You know, these two guys, they've done it, and that's what we're looking for.
Blake, 2 personnel questions. First of all, you had a quarterback last year that stepped up for you as a freshman and helped you in that late season surge, and how has he developed? And then also, who steps in for the production that Dylan gave you?
You know, Crew's had a great summer. He's went to a lot of camps. That's one thing that I'll say this. That's a bunch of them. We've had a ton of kids go to camps this summer and just trying to, improve their craft and do what they do on a daily basis just to make themselves better. But Crew has had a good summer. He's went to a bunch of stuff. He's been working on a lot of things, and he stepped in and did a good job for us about week 5 or 6 last year. So he'll be, we'll lean on Crew a good bit, but some of the other guys that we're looking at are P.J. Holloway. He's a freshman. He's a 10th grader. He's had a really good summer himself. You've got Rodney Perry. Those are a couple of guys, those skill guys that you look at for production. Ethan Turner, he's our wide receiver. He's got great hands. He'll be another part of the offense that we're looking at, scoring some points and doing those different things and just trying to use everybody on the field, because when you only have one guy, sometimes it makes that, it can make the offense – it gets a little stagnant. But if you can use 4 and 5 guys a night and make it well balanced and using everybody on the offense, it's going to make it much better.
Question back here. This is a reclassification year, and we know back in the spring we really thought, some of us, that you may be going down to 3A. The way it turned out, stayed in the same region, but you lost one and you added one. Talk a moment about your region opponents and how that will shape up this year.
Yeah, you went into that thing, and even if you would have fell into 3A, because we were right there on the line, I think we were maybe the smallest 3A in the state. Even if you fall into that, you fall into that 3A region that's right here that's always really tough. So it doesn't matter. There's always good football around here, whoever you're playing. Our region this year, you take a couple of teams out of it that we've had in the past, but there's still a couple of teams in there we've seen. Anniston's still in there, going to have a really good team. Cherokee County went to the state championship the past 2 years. I think it speaks for itself how good those guys are going to be. you got Hoax Bluff, Alexandria, Etowah, Oneonta, Asheville. You've got all those teams that are in there. It's going to be a really good region. It'll be tough, and just looking forward to it. But at the end of the day, it's like we told the kids when we left our last workout, the only thing that should be on their mind right now is Talladega, and that's all that matters is just that first game.
And for Patrick and Ty, talk about, we know Monday, practice starts. Will it be different this year? You alluded to it earlier, but being a senior, what are your expectations individually for each one of y'all? What are you wanting to do your senior year? We'll start with you, Ty.
First, I want to embrace I've looked up to all the seniors from my past, but now that you are one, you got to take it all in. Like, this is the last time you're going to get to do it unless you go play college ball. But Monday it's gonna start some of our last. But I'm thankful for that I'm going to be able to do that. And just being able to put pads on one more time is going to be fun.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's our last first practice. You'd always had seniors to look up to, but this year it's just different. And getting put pads on one last time for the first time is going to be really fun. So,
question right here.
Hi, Blake. First off, talk about the new helmet. It's really hot. And then I want you to talk about, with the school kind of relocating, how you feel about your playing facility basically now being off campus.
The helmet here first, we knew we had to get new blue and white jerseys, and I wanted to do something a little bit different with the helmet also. And so, you start looking around on the computer everywhere and trying to find different things. And, we just wanted to change the color up a little bit. And so we went with the matte gray and kept the same stickers from last year, but we put the WP on the side of it. It just, it looks really good. Just something a little, change it up a little bit with the kids. And again, to me, it just goes back to you're trying to change a culture, trying to change everything. So, why not change the helmet a little bit? And, it matches the jerseys real well. So we're excited about it and what it looks like. It does look good. But when it comes to the school stuff, we really don't know, the relocating. We know that's going to happen in a couple of years. There's just a lot of questions that still go into what's going to happen and where the football facilities are going to be. So at the end of the day, I really don't have a lot of questions, a lot of answers to that question, honestly, for you right there at this point.
Coach, if you will, we'll close out this part of Media Day. We, again, appreciate y'all leading us off 2024. We do know, a lot of the listeners may not know, and viewers, but your guy to your left and right were supposed to be headed out of town yesterday, and when they realized that what an honor this was, you shared with them, they waited a day to leave. So they're gonna head out of town as soon as this is over with. But if you will, just take a few minutes, give us your closing comments, and we wish you all the luck to White Plains this fall.
Yes, sir. Hey, we appreciate y'all again just having us up here and recognizing these kids. That's what it's all about, and they, again, they embody what we've been doing and trying to be us. We talk about us all the time and as a team, and that's something that Coach Randall started years ago, and then, that's what we break it down on is us, and we just kind of use that same mindset into football, and now it's in it's football, it's basketball, it's baseball, and these guys are great teammates that are sitting here, and they've got great teammates that are sitting at home watching this right now. And just really excited about the season. Can't wait to see what these kids do. I think it's going to be a fun year.
Thank you, Coach, and thank you, White Plains. That'll end this segment of the Media Day. We appreciate y'all. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We will have the Ohatchee Indians on the stage when we get back. Thank you so much.
At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at BamaSheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Your second question kind of answers how big it was losing him. You know, last year it took maybe 4 or 5 different guys for all the things that he did. You know, he started off at tight end for us on offense, and then he'd play some quarterback. We'd direct snap him the ball. He'd play some running back. We'd hand him the ball there. He'd split out at wide receiver, and we'd throw him the ball some. He was our punter. He was, a kick returner, a punt returner. All the things he did, it took 4 or 5 guys to replace it. And once you start doing that, it really hits your depth. If you got one guy being able to do all those jobs, then you get some other guys that are getting rest while he's doing those jobs. Well, then if you got to replace it with 5 guys, that's 5 guys that are either now playing on both sides of the ball, or now we're having to throw on special teams to do something. So it really hurt our depth losing a player like that. And to me this year the big thing is, like I said earlier, was we've got a lot of experience now. We've got a lot of depth now. We've got a lot of older kids now. So it's going to be less of a hit this year because a lot of guys are going to grow into that, and the depth is there to handle an injury now better than these past couple of years.
This is for Colby and Jake. Guys, talk about when you found out that Coach said he was going to bring you to media day, and what does that mean to you to be able to represent the Indians here today, Colby?
I took it as an honor because he thought of me as one of the leaders on the team and had this responsibility of speaking for my team on their behalf, and it just meant the world to me.
Like Colby said, it's an honor to be able to represent our team with a bunch of seniors. Basically we're all leaders on this team, so for him to think of us as some of the main two and be able to come up here and represent Ohatchee football is a very good honor.
Wonder how many passes you two have thrown and caught from each other over the last year.
More than you can count, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, even our whole life, even before varsity football, we've always thrown together. So it's a really good connection between us.
We've noticed and heard about the success recently at the 7-on-7, which for the last 10 years, Ohatchee has just run the ball, and wear you out. So, Coach, talk about first, and then the players talk about what we might see a little bit different this year.
Well, we still want to have our same mentality. We want to be physical. We want to be able to run the ball, and that's going to be from day one. We want to be able to control the line of scrimmage, to run the ball like we have for the past 10, 11 years. But you want to also be able to use your talent, and looking at the talent that we have this year, it would behoove us to maybe open it up a little bit, and with a quarterback like Jake, with receivers like Colby, being able to make somebody stack the box against our run game and then be able to exploit that, by spreading it out some is something we hope we can do. And yet we were able to do some 7-on-7s this year, and I thought that really benefited us to be able to do. That's something, you just had Coach Jennings up here. In all our years at Ohatchee, we had kind of lobbied to go to some of those, even though we were running the ugly eagle and we're running the ball 95% of the time. We thought, hey, defensively at least, we can get a good look and let our defense get some competition in over the summer. So we finally just bit the bullet and scheduled some of them this year, and I think it really helped us.
This is for the players, guys. Looking at your schedule, you guys have. I hope you've seen who you might be playing, but tell me, is there one school you're looking forward to playing that maybe you didn't get what you wanted to last year, or somebody that you just really want to see where your level of competitiveness is? And I'd like to hear from both of y'all on that, because
we're not calling anybody out.
No, don't call any names. But if you got a friend on another team, you can't wait to lay a lick on them, you go ahead. But what do you think?
Just anybody. I mean, I know we started 4-0 and it didn't end so well, but this year I just wanted to take 4-0 all the way to the end and just finish it completely. And so we have no regret at the end of this year, whether we could have done better or not. We know for sure that we played as hard as we could and got the outcome we wanted.
I say the teams we're looking forward to playing the most. These new teams on our schedule we have never seen before. New Hope, Locust Ford, JP Pinch, and all them. It's going to be fun. Get to see some new faces. Usually you play the same people through your whole high school career. So now we get to see some people we've never seen before.
Chris, just how different a kind of quarterback is Jake from what we're used to seeing at Ohatchee over the years, and then Jake, given that you are a different kind of quarterback than Ohatchee's had through the years, I guess what made you want to stay there and do what you do, considering it's been a running team for all these years?
He's much different than the guys that we played before. So you think back to when we first got into the Ugly Eagle, probably 10 years ago. We went through a run of 3 quarterbacks. We had Taylor Eubanks, who started at middle linebacker for us also. We had Grayson Allward, who started at safety for us also. We had Eli Ennis, who started at middle linebacker and now starts at middle linebacker at Nichols State in Louisiana. So we've typically had just and that's what you do in the Ugly Eagle. You got the best athlete on your team. You put at quarterback, and you're not going to throw the ball much. When you throw the ball, it's going to be that you've got 11 guys in the box and you've suckered them in with a play action and you just pop it over their head. But Jake is a full different quarterback from those guys, in that we know that if we wanted to, we could go out there and throw it with Jake 45 times if that's what we wanted to do. Like I said before, we want to keep our identity as a physical run the ball football team, but we know that we've got that in our back pocket too.
I'll say we'll maybe stay here at Ohatchee. We had mostly run quarterbacks before, but I saw what we had in my class and all that. We had skilled players that can catch the ball and run the ball and stuff like that. So I knew, eventually our coaches would realize and see, we got the guys to do it, and it'll happen for us. So, that made me stay.
This one's for Colby and Jake. Obviously, every football season starts the same, but y'all are both seniors this year, so it's got to feel, different than previous years. Describe that difference and what y'all are looking forward to most about getting out of your senior year.
It's a little different, being the older guy this year, but I'm looking forward to it because, usually you look up those guys, but this year we're that guy. So, we get to inspire the younger class and we get to, have fun. It's our senior year. It's all about us now.
Like you said, we're now the older people with the seniors of the school. So the younger kids are looking, what will they do for us? Like maybe we want to leave a good impression on them, so they want to be like us and grind hard every day and see it pay off. It is different, absolutely, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Coach, talk just a moment, if you will, about the way you've settled in. This is what, year 3, year 4 for you, and I know things get a little bit better the deeper, like we talked with Coach Jennings. This is year 2 for him. It's so much different from year 1 to year 2 as a head coach. But what are some things that you've really taken joy now in coaching, now that the dust is settled, that you try to enjoy? What part of coaching do you enjoy the best, I guess is what I'm asking?
I think it's just the day-to-day. It's the spending time with the guys and whether that's practice or in the weight room or wherever else. It's building relationships with our guys. And, if you follow me or my wife on any kind of social media, you'll see, like, once Saturdays in the fall hit, like, we spend a lot of our Saturdays in the fall going to see guys that have played for us before that are somewhere else playing now, whether it's Dominique or Eli or, we've gone and watched Troy Galloway. I don't know if anybody remembers Troy. Troy played football for us, and he wrestles in Iowa now. We've gone and watched him wrestle. So, to me, the most fun part and the most rewarding part to me is building relationships with the guys that is going to last, beyond when they graduate, beyond them playing for me or just their high school career. It's those kind of relationships last, for a lifetime, you hope.
Colby, I'll ask you, what's it like to play with a quarterback like Jake, that doing what you do?
Oh, it's very rewarding, especially when you love running really far, and you have a quarterback that can throw it that far and hit you every time. So I really like it.
Question here for the players. I know he's sitting right there, but between you two, but tell us a little bit about, have you ever seen Coach really get upset? He seems so mild-mannered to the rest of us, but what's one thing he does that you're like, whoa, he's got my attention now?
Quit smiling. When he gets a straight face, it's game time and time to be serious. There is time to play, but there's also time to get the work done and be serious.
Yeah, talking about what Colby's talking about, he's got a look to him that, he could be cutting up with you, but you do something that he don't like, his smile will drop and he'll just stare at you and you're like, okay, I need to straighten up.
Any other questions here, guys?
Yeah, we got time for one more question out here. If not, I'll ask Coach. Because of the success that Ohatchee's had in the past, does that put any added pressure on you, or are you just doing what you do, and these guys, it's a system and it's a process, and that's what we're doing? What do you think about it?
I mean, it's a little of both, but nobody's going to put more pressure on me than I put pressure on me. And yes, coming from us being successful, but I'd like to say I had a part in that too. I've been here for a long time, so. But yeah, there is pressure, and most of it is pressure that I put on myself. But also, like you said, this is just a process. We do what we do. It's a program that we're hoping to, continue, having success with, and we're going to work right. We're going to do things the right way. We're going to work hard. We're going show up every day and be organized and all those kind of things. We think we run a successful program.
One more question, Coach, right here. We asked Coach Jennings the same thing because this is a reclassification year. Back in the spring or late fall, everybody thought that White Plains May would move down to 3A, and it was almost a shoe-in at Ohatchee. But based on the numbers from 2 years ago to today, you all would drop down to 2A,
right.
and everything stayed the same.
Right.
And like Coach Jennings said, there's quality football at any level. You gotta compete no matter what level you're at. What were your thoughts when the reclassification came out?
It was a surprise. We did assume that we might drop down, but it is what it is. It's you're still going to have tough football games week in, week out. I think this year our region is going to be especially tough. I think that's the one thing you first see is the region, and the region here is going to be especially tough. But to me, it's going to be a very fun region because it's very local. It's really local. So games are going to be tough week in and week out. But gates are going to be good. Rivalries are going to be good. I see Weaver coming in. We haven't played Weaver. It's been a few years since we played Weaver. Now that's going to be a rivalry that we used to play that now we're back in the region with. So, we're excited for it. We realize how tough it's going to be, but we think it'll be a fun region to be in.
Blake, you guys probably play in the best local region in any classification in our area because there's so many local teams involved in it. Mm-hmm. And I think this year maybe that region is more wide open than it's ever been before with not, a lot of parity top to bottom. Some good football teams could wind up being home after Halloween.
Right.
Talk a little bit about the region and how you see it this year, and what are the marquee games in your mind?
I think every week's going to be a marquee game. I think it's like I was just saying. It's going to be a fun region because of the local aspect to it, because of all the close proximity games. You got short bus trips and really good gates, but. A lot of parity, and you said there may be some good teams. There's definitely going to be good teams sitting at home, when the playoffs get started out of our region.
One final question for the players, and then, David, you can ask the last one. But Kobe and Jake, what's your favorite part about football? Is it the practice, running through the banner on a Friday night, or being in the locker room after a win and everybody's happy and hugging? What would be, Jake, what would be your favorite?
I'd say my favorite would be, being on my friends. If you don't play football, you go home after school and you don't really do anything. You don't really see anybody until the next day at school. But when I'm with my boys, we're at practice till like 5:30. And then, on Friday nights, we spend basically until midnight with each other. And then you got all summer together. So I say hang out with my friends and, putting in the work with them.
For me, it's everything you mentioned. It's getting the work when nobody's seeing. It's hanging out with my friends until late nights, and it's creating relationships that'll last probably forever. And I just love the energy of football, the contact, and just the energy that goes into it on every Friday night when you hit that banner, and then when you first kick off at 7 o'clock and everybody's screaming ready for it, and then you score that touchdown, and then it just goes on from there.
Okay, Coach, I know as we're winding up, I want you to have your final thoughts, but I would like to offer you a chance. I know you brought two of you guys that lead that team, but if there's somebody you'd like to mention, I want you to be able to do that, and then we'd like some closing thoughts for you and the media day and how you do.
The list can go on and on with guys to mention. Like I said, we've got a really big senior class of a lot of guys that have been playing for us for a long time. Nate Jones is one that comes to mind that, I had a really tough time, with these three. They'll tell you, we had a discussion, the four of us with Nate on who we would bring, and Nate wasn't able to come. So, so it made the decision easy. I was going to have a really tough time. I was, deciding between the three of those guys. But, there's Owen Abernathy that's been starting at center for us for a few years. Tristan Kiker's been playing on both sides of the ball for us for a few years. Deacon Ingles, a senior that's coming up. I hate to kind of list because I'm not going to be able to list everybody. But, we've got a lot of guys that we've counted on for multiple years here, and we're really excited about that group. I just want to say thank you guys again. We really appreciate all you do for us, and this is a really fun event that we get to come up here and do every year, and it creates excitement. Like I said, this is a great place to play and coach because, the things that go on in this area and the excitement that is brought by stuff like this, and the spotlight that's put on our guys. And then I know, the scholarships and things like that come out of this kind of stuff too. So just want to say appreciate everything you guys do for us.
Thank you so much. Ohatchee High School.
Thank you.
Good luck, you guys.
Thank you.
We're going to take 5 minutes, and on the stage will be Weaver Bearcats.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Okay, we're back with the Calhoun County 2024 Media Day by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club. I would like to make mention before we go to the coaches and the players that we sure would like to have you be a part of the Quarterback Club this year. We have some amazing speakers coming. You get to know these coaches and you get to participate in 4 scholarships given to 4 of the players in Calhoun County that play football. We offer an opportunity for them to apply for that scholarship. We discuss it, and we would love to have you come and be a part of it this year. Just reach out to one of the board members if you know them, or go to the Calhoun County Quarterback page on Facebook and send a message to us and let us know you want to be a part, and we will get you all the information. It's every Monday night. You get a meal. It's about the best deal in town. You get a meal and you get an opportunity to see a great speaker and get to know some of these players better. But we now would like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage on the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Weaver Bearcats. Weaver competes in a 3A Region 6. The head coach of the Bearcats is Ken Kofer, and today Coach Kofer has brought with him senior quarterback defensive back Caden Gooden and senior wide receiver and defensive back Kashawn Allen. Coach Kofer, we'll start with a few opening comments and then we'll take some questions.
Hey, glad to be here. This is a great event. It's always fun, especially when you get to bring 2 characters beside me right here. It's also great to be a Weaver Bearcat. God has sure blessed me. I said that last year. It was a blessing. I got 2 great administrators that just happened to be right back there also. Glad that they're here. They are full-time supporters of Weaver Athletics and couldn't ask for a better situation. And just glad to be here. Thank you for having us.
We'll take some questions now.
Ken, that looks like a new helmet look. What what was the thought behind the white helmet look this year? And then Caden and Keyshawn, what do you think about it?
Well, I'll tell you what, never had a white helmet wherever I've been. Thought it'd look pretty, thought it would look good. I'm going to be honest, though, I sure do like the black helmet as well. If we can ever build this thing up the way that we want to, we're going to have both. I just think the black helmet's a little bit of tradition right here, but we wanted to bring a new look right here and come out with a new look this year, if that makes any sense.
This question's for you players. Coach Cofer seems like a tough guy. What has he meant to you guys in the time that you've known him, and what does it mean? What does he expect out of your leadership on the team?
Well, he's very, 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 very intense. He doesn't like slacking off. He thinks you go full speed every time, which I agree with. But full speed every time, put in the work, and never slack off.
Kind of like Keyshawn said, he don't want you slacking off in practice, because if you slack off in practice, then you'll slack off in the game and stuff too. So he just pushes us to be the best we can and the greatest we can on the field and off the field.
Do you guys appreciate the fact that you're seniors this year and you got younger guys looking up to you? What does that put on your shoulders on and off the field?
It makes me feel like I'm doing something right. You know, having little kids look up to me, having people ask me questions how to get better myself and how I do things and how I execute things and asking me for help and stuff. So it just makes me feel like a great teammate and just a great person overall.
Kind of basically like he said, it's an honor for the kids to look up to me, because it shows me that everything I do they paying attention to. So I got to make sure I do what's right so they can learn from me, and then they won't do what's wrong and say like he did this, so I can do it too. But that's not how it works.
Caden and Keyshawn, what do you think about the white helmet?
I like it. It's something different. I never wore a white helmet before, so other than that, I feel like it'd go good with our uniforms.
Yeah, I love the helmet. It's great. I mean, yeah, like he said, I've never worn a white helmet, and I just think it looks good. I like it better than the black helmet.
Question right here, guys, over to your left. As long as I've followed high school football in Calhoun County, Weaver has always been known for speed. I mean, they've always been guys on that team that could just fly. You two, be honest with me, who's the fastest guy on the team?
Me. He's lying. It's me. It's most definitely me.
I figured it would be you two, but seriously, do y'all after practice, during practice, do y'all get after it?
Can I jump in right
Yes,
here?
sir, Coach.
Well, both of them, they both have different game speed. It turns on a little bit faster. And as much as I love this dude, this guy is the reigning 110 hurdles back-to-back state champion in track and the 300-meter state champion. But this dude did come in second in the 300-meter hurdles in state too. So they're both legitimately fast.
Great. Question.
Coach,
yes, sir.
Went 4-6 last year, which was a big improvement for Weaver. Could you talk about what you see as the next step?
Oh, man. Winning them all. I mean, shoot, I don't know why anybody gets into this game to coach or play and you don't have that mindset going to practice each and every day. And people will say, well, Coach, are you realistic? Yeah, I'm realistic. We should win every game. I mean, they just talked about how, in practice and intense and stuff like that. We do that for a reason. We're not preparing our kids to play on a Friday night if we don't push them hard in practice. The game should be easy, period. I just got through talking to in an interview out there and talking about, I thought Wellborn and Randolph County last year kind of out-physicaled us a little bit, but our kids played to the end. That's awesome in year one. They didn't quit. They kept going after them. But there were 4 other games that we legitimately had a chance to win, and it was close. And we should have won. I think they would say the same thing. I can't speak for them, but I think they would say the same. We're here to build a program, not just 1 year of wonder and just make improvements, if that makes any sense. We want to build a program, and we want to take it to the next level. And shoot, man, I'm happy that we're playing tough people each and every week. It's playoff atmosphere. That's what it's supposed to be like. So, yes, sir. Hope I answered your question.
Ken, I'm not going to talk to you about speed because I know the weight room's where your heart's at. Which one of these two are dogs in the weight room?
Well, this is what's good about both, and this is why they're here. And I'm going to say this first before I speak on them, is these two guys are on a leadership committee named by all the coaches, and there's one of them, there's 3 kids, and there's one of them not here because we were only supposed to bring 2, but Caden Thornton, I want to mention him simply because that's an unreal kid that plays his tail off, and he's one of the top wrestlers in the state, but he is dependable. Couldn't ask for enough out of Caden Thornton. I wish I could have him up here too. But talking about weight room is, places I've been, you get 2 athletes like this right here, and basketball season come. They are year round, so their football go right into basketball, go right into track. And I'm thinking these dudes are going to slack off after football season. And neither one of them did. And if this one was to slack, this one goes ahead and a lift, and he can't stand it. So they compete. That's what you want in the weight room. That's what you want in life. They're going to compete, and they can't stand if one outdoes the other. So, and they'll get after it in practice every once in a while and talk a little smack, and it's fun to watch. I had to video that. It's fun to do. But when you get 2 competitors like this, and good old Caden Thornton as well, it's a great place, and it's a great year.
Question right here. Caden, I seem to remember that when you were in the 7th grade, you played like 60 snaps on defense against a really good Piedmont team. How have you changed and matured over the 5 years that you played to this point?
Since 7th grade, the game was different. It's like 7th grade, I was nervous and stuff because that was my first time as a 7th grader playing on varsity. So over the years, it's like it came to me, like being able, like people hitting me, and then the game speed and stuff just came to me over the years.
Keyshawn, how did the national track meets that you participated in go for you?
It went pretty well, but I mean, not the result I wanted to. I obviously wanted to win, but it was a great experience. Hopefully, be back next year and compete for that first place spot.
One question right here, Coach Kofer. Last year, you found out a lot about some local rivalries. What impressed you the most with football in Calhoun County in this region? Coming back to it.
Yes, sir. Well, I grew up a North Georgia boy, but I always wanted to go to South Georgia. Well, South Georgia is a lot different than this area. Okay, speed everywhere, spreading out offenses. It's a lot different. When I came back up here, when I came to Heflin, and then over here to Weaver, it's what it does, and I mean this in the best way, I assure you. It is old school football, smash mouth, like when we played. And you don't, you can still be physical down there in South Georgia, and South Alabama may be the same way, I don't know, but it's a throwback to just hard-nosed football. And if you're not physical, you're going to get your tail whooped on a Friday night. It's just going to happen. So these kids, I didn't get started until the 2nd week of June last year. So we were trying to, brainstorm and find ideas of how we were going to get these kids to win ball games and something that they could believe in. And I had one game against Randolph County, and I'll brag on this dude over here, is we tried to spread it out a little bit more because I thought that was a better game plan. And we're down a couple of touchdowns at halftime, and Caden said, "Coach, no disrespect, but can we go back to horsemen?" And that's basically just a 4-back type set. And some people, count it as a single wing type stuff from back in the day. And I said, absolutely. When your quarterback says that he wants to go to more of a run and smash mouth, that means everybody else believes in it too. And when you got this guy and his brother Junior on each side of the ball to throw to, 2 athletes, and you can run the ball, it's nice. And that's one thing that we have to make sure that we do this year is run the football and are physical. So we're trying to get our running backs into this game plan, because if we can't run the ball, the stuff on the outside doesn't work. So the OTAs and stuff that we've done this summer have been all about us getting a little bit more physical. But it's a smash mouth brand of football up here.
It's refreshing to hear you call this type football coming from outside old school smash mouth.
And that's a compliment, believe me.
Right. And to me and others in this room, you come across as an old school smash mouth coach.
Yes, sir.
tell us, what do you expect off the field from your young men that play for you?
Well, I will say this. Back in the South Georgia days, we were more spread it out, throw it, but we tried to be physical. I've just been raised that way because my dad was a former head football coach, and if you're not physical, you're going to, it's not going to look good on a Friday. But what was your question?
My question is,
I take detours all the time.
Yeah, what do you expect from these young men off the field, maybe in the classroom and at home with their mom and dad? What do you expect out of them?
Well, how in the world are you going to coach old school football and you can't be old school disciplinarian and all that? But I do know I get on these guys' nerves sometimes, but I don't want them to make the same mistakes that I made when I was younger, and I made plenty. And I had two great parents, a former head football coach, and my mom's still teaching at 80 years old. And I don't want them to make mistakes driving. I don't want them to take their academics where they want to do things in college. This guy wants to run in track in college. This guy wants to play college football right here. I don't care what they play, or even if they do play. I just want them to be successful in life. If they go into the military, they're the best electrician, plumber. It doesn't matter to me as long as they're a good daddy and good husband and they're a good Christian, period. So that's what my head coach wanted me to be back in the day, and we stay on them, and we do a little push-up thing during the games, but we have to do that for grades, and we get a little exercise, so to say, if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing in the classroom or in life. And, hey, I had a grandmama call me last week, and she needed some help, and I'm going to help grandmama. Because she's got a young man right there that she's having an issue with. And my mom had issues with me back in the day. And I remember what my head coach did to me. We can't do that to what the kids today, or say that. But I'm going to help grandma in every way that I can. Our purpose in this life is to make better people. That's our purpose, period.
Coach, we won't go over X's and O's today, but I met you a month before as you got here, at the media day, and you'd just come in and we talked about some things about the discipline of teams and things like that. Do you attribute anything, or do you see Weaver changing in that respect? I know that's what you want to do, but is there any things you can pinpoint, or is it toughness? Is it hard work? Anything you can add to that? Well,
I think the way that we tried to come in and tried to practice, we want to practice fast and physical. I think that's, there's a lot of ways to practice, but that's the way that I want to be able to do things. But re-say again what you were talking about.
You're talking about turning the tide. We talked about a little bit about discipline at Weaver and how things are going. Do you see that?
I do, but here's a weakness that I see, and I'll be blunt honest, because I want them to take it personal, and I want our kids at Weaver on the team to take it personal as well, is when people start talking a little trash to us, when things get a little bit physical, we have to be mentally tough, and we have to quit all the yeah and stuff like that. When talking smack a little bit, and this falls into discipline now, when talking smack a little bit goes out of line, you can get you lose your mental edge. And I think that this has been happening here, and it's not what I like. I don't mind that people talk a little trash on our team, but you got to back it up, and it can't be the number one thing. We got to play the game. So when you're talking about things that we need to work on, that's what we need to work on right there, is that. So, but it's learning how to practice, being physically and mentally tough, being better citizens. I got a team full of those cats, and I couldn't be more proud.
Let's get one more question.
Ken, talk a little bit about the region. It seems to be where there's more parity in it this year from top to bottom, and maybe if you win a game you're not supposed to win, maybe you find yourself playing for a region title.
Oh yeah, I think anybody can. We're going. I'm going to preach this. I think our whole coaching staff will. I think our 12 seniors will. We're going to go one game at a time. You can't look ahead to anybody. You cannot. We're going 1 week at a time. We're going to practice on that game right there. But I can't say enough, and you probably need to ask them this question. I can't say enough about how excited I am to be playing these teams. People say tough schedule. I just heard Coach Finley talking about it too. Somebody may be sitting at home. Well, we're not looking forward to sitting at home. We want to be one of those teams that gets in there. But I've seen teams go 6-4, 5-5, and make a run and win a state championship. You play tough people, you're going to get better. But we're going to worry about us. We can't worry about anybody else. But again, I've said this, but I want to play in a playoff atmosphere every week.
Being that, I want you to give us some final comments, what you think about this event maybe and what it means. But before you do that, I'd like to give you both your players just what does it mean when he came to you and said, we're coming here today? What did that put in your head for you guys?
I mean, I got a little nervous because, cameras and all these questions and stuff. But, I mean, you're going to have to do this a lot, like he says all the time, when you practice as a job interview. And you have to show up and execute every time you show up to practice and the games. So, I mean, I'm a little nervous, but, I just got to push through it.
I mean, yeah, I was nervous at first, but once, you start talking and stuff, you get used to it, so all your nerves just go away. It's kind of like an in-game situation, the beginning of the kickoff. Beginning of the game, before the game, you nervous, you got the jitters and stuff, but once the game starts happening, then everything just go away.
First play, that's right. Yeah, and I'm sitting here looking at this helmet, and it means something special. And I don't know if the camera can get it. And it's not just the helmet, but it's what's on the front right here is a family sticker, and that means something to me because I didn't really grow up with a big family, so I need these kids just as much as they need me. It is a big deal to me, and I don't use family as a cliche. And some people break it down. And what each letter stands for, that's not what I'm into. I'm into family, period. These guys will be a part of my family for the rest of my life, and I want to be a part of theirs. It's huge for me, and I've said it at the beginning in the opening statements. I'm glad to be a Weaver Bearcat, man. I'm blessed with players, administration, school system, people I work with each and every day. Can't say enough about them. And hey, in this event, you wanted me to say something about that
please.
too. This
thoughts?
is awesome. This is awesome, and the way that it's organized is done very well. It's impressive.
Thank you, Coach, and we want to thank the Weaver Bearcats. Good luck to your season this year. We're going to take about 5 minutes, and we'll be back with Pleasant Valley Raiders.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Welcome back in to the 2024 Calhoun County Quarterback Club's High School Football Media Day. My name is Danny Shears. It's an honor and privilege to serve on the board of directors here at the Quarterback Club. And before we bring up our next school, let me take a moment and thank Jim Jacobs and Jacobs Media. Of course, we've got media partners all inside this room, out in the main dining area set up, but each year Jim sets up his equipment and live stream on all of his platforms this high school media day. And if my numbers are correct, for the first 5 years, I think there's been over 10,000 views each year of this particular day that we bring forward. So you've got people all over Northeast Alabama and beyond that get to see high school football media day, either live or they go back over the weekend or the weeks to come and watch it. So we appreciate that partnership with Jacobs Media. We now want to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day the Pleasant Valley Raiders. Pleasant Valley competes in 2A Region 7. The head coach of the Raiders is Coach Jonathan Nix. Today, Coach Nix has brought with him senior tight end, defensive end Noah Johnson, and also junior linebacker Braden Papa. Coach Nix, we will start with your opening comments.
Hey, we're just excited to be here. We would just want to thank y'all for doing this event. Such a great time to be able to bring athletes like Noah and Braden up here and brag on their leadership and what they've done in the off season. Both these men are just high character guys, great leaders on the team. They do everything the coaches ask, hard workers, and just real excited about both of them. Noah, was kind of late to coming out to football, but, once he came out for football, he fell in love with it, and the team really, buys into, what he brings to the table. He's a big tight end for us. Also, we use him some on the defensive line, and this coming up year, maybe it's where we don't need him as much on one side, and he can, start striving to be a little more elite on the other side. And so, but Noah's a great leader, and Braden Papa, what he brings to the team is just positivity. I mean, this guy every day he's bringing some kind of positive energy, and he makes no bones about his faith. I love how he just steps out and leads on that. And, and I think he's one of the main reasons. One thing I want to talk just first and foremost, like we've had this summer, we've had 6 kids get saved, whether it's the FCA camp where we had 2 kids. Then other night we go to a team function at Saks. We had 4 more kids that gave their life to God. And, and I think Braden's one of the main reasons for that. We've got other great teammates on that, but whether it's leading Bible study or how he leads. And, I just think the spiritual growth has really been led by Braden and some of the other players. So real proud of both of these guys for this opportunity. Looking forward to this season. Was able to add some coaches to the staff. This is the first time since I've been there that we're going to have a 6-man varsity staff, which is huge. So we're going to be able to split offense and defense on coaching. Then each one of those other coaches would be the helper at that other position if we're focusing on one side of the ball. But was able to add Scotty Ward. He's going to be doing the defense. And then Darren Parker is going to be a defensive back coach. And then, Coach Muncher's back. We're moving him from outside backers to D-line. So them 3 will be doing the defense. And then on the offensive side, Coach Turner and Coach Caldwell and myself will be doing that. Coach Caldwell does our O-line. Coach Turner is going to be more passing game coordinator, working with that. And then I'll be doing quarterbacks and running backs. So real excited about that. Then we got, Coach Hamby and Coach Preston will be with us on Friday night. So even on Friday nights, we're going to have an 8-man staff. So, I think the little details like that is going to help in these ball games, making sure that, we're ready to do what we need to do in this region.
Very good. Thank you, Coach. We'll open it up to questions now.
To Jonathan, Noah, and Braden, what did making the playoffs last year do just to goose the off season, to make Pleasant Valley dream bigger maybe, and what's the next step?
So, I would like to put first, all the glory goes to the Lord, and I just think that's our
that's our goal next year too, is to win that game, and not come up short, and just strive to be the best we can each practice, each day, every single day. And,
yeah, like Papa said, I think winning the game or winning a playoff game is what we're looking forward to next. Like, we got to the playoffs, but now we want to host a playoff and win a playoff. That's our goal for next season.
And we've talked about that a lot too. Like, even in our, sometimes you start believing what you hear if you're not careful. And so that's something that we really talk to all of our programs about. Baseball was 1 out away from making it to postseason, and and that's something that they're working tough next year to finish stronger. But besides that, every one of our male programs made postseason, and if baseball would have made it, it'd been the first time in school history that every male program at our school made postseason, and our females had a great year also. So I'm a firm believer that if you start winning at one thing, it should breed into the next if you're all buying into unity. Our top 3 grades are only 185 kids, so we need everybody to do everything, and that's the ingredient at Pleasant Valley is all of our athletes have to play multiple sports and they have to buy into each other. And if they do that, then all our programs win. And you look at over the history of the program, and when the programs had the most success is when they're pulling everybody together. And so, that's where I think it's up to each coach as a head coach and that to buy into each other, because Noah might be a phenomenal pitcher, and then when he first came out to football, he wasn't near as good at defensive end as he is at pitching. But what that defensive end taught him is, hey, you have just a second to go. And sometimes, in baseball, you can overanalyze things. Well, there's no overanalyzing when you're on the D line. When the ball snaps, you better move. So all your thinking goes, and so each sport can help the other. And so I think that, that's one of the things that we're trying to drive all of our programs to doing that. And the more we do that, I think the more success we'll have at Pleasant Valley.
Question right here. Coach, what year will this be for you this fall at Pleasant Valley?
Sure it's year 10.
Year 10?
Yeah.
Obviously 10 years is a long time. Talk about last fall. We've always heard that any high school, when football has a winning season, it just helps out with everything, with academics, with discipline issues. Did you see anything like that? That usually the mindset, how the football team's going in that first semester is generally how the school goes. Could you see anything like that last year?
There's definitely. I mean, volleyball, they won a state championship. And so, and football's, first time in school history they start 4-0. And the big thing, we had some key injuries early in the year, early in the season, and and it kind of took a little belief out of us for a little bit, and so we had to kind of regroup with that. And so, because I think a lot of times a kid, whatever they're hearing, this kid goes down, so there's no way you're going to win any more ball games. This kid's not doing this, so but this team is really bought into, hey, we got to buy into each other. And I think some of them saw it front hand last year when some key positions went down, and all of a sudden we had to put 2 new offensive guards in there that really have never taken a snap before. And by the end of the season, those 2 guys were extremely good. But I think 90% of that was 2 factors. Number one, people's building them up each day. They're telling them, hey, you're not where you need to be right now, but keep working hard. You can do this. This team believes in you. Your coaches believe in you. And then the kid has to accept that and go work hard. And I think that was a combination of some of those freshmen being able to step up last year is just the positive energy that was putting into them. And then them also being able to handle some of the things, all right, it's not going my way, but how am I not going to give up and keep driving?
Jonathan, year 10, just thoughts about coaching in this county for 10 years, and then also just what gold have you found at Pleasant Valley?
Coaching in the county is great. I mean, I feel like Calhoun County is one of the best counties around for as athletics. I mean, look at some of the programs that we offer here, some of the success, some of the veteran coaches. I mean, there's so many strong coaches in this county. So and it's the longest that I've ever been anywhere. Most of the time before that it was 3 to 5, but I mean, it's a goal. I mean, you can win a playoff game at Pleasant Valley, and I think there's going to be a team, and I'm hoping it's this team right here. But good teams are led by players, and coaches are there leading with them. But you have to take on that initiative as a player to make sure that I'm doing the extra things, I'm doing the stuff it takes to do that, and so I've seen a lot of that this off season. I've seen from January to May, I mean, we had something like 110 pounds added to our maxes, and that was consistency in the weight room. I would say if you weigh some of them, like you take a Braxton Salster, who played last year at 160 or so, he's 190 now. Jonathan Hanson on the D-line played at 180, 185, he's 210 now. I mean, we've got several kids, Braden's put on 20 pounds of muscle or so, and so the only way you can do that is consistent hard work, and there's no magic pill, there's no secret ingredient to what does Pleasant Valley need to do to get to the next step. The answer is consistently work hard, and I think in the school year we were doing that. In the summer you always got these distractions, so for one, I'm excited when school starts. School brings routine is good for everybody, especially if you have consistent routine. And so those are some things that, excited about this season, and excited about this region.
My question's for Noah and Braden. How does it feel that Coach Nick selected you guys to come up and speak with us today, and what does it mean to y'all to be representing Pleasant Valley?
I would say it's an honor. Obviously the only reason that I'm here is by the Lord's grace, and the Lord's mercy and everything. And I'm glad to be able to represent the team and the school, and I'm just ready for this season.
It means a lot for me because this is my second year playing football, and the fact that Coach Nick trusts me to be a leader on this team shows a lot. So I'm really appreciative.
Question right here.
Jonathan, two of the schools that were here, the three before you guys, brought new helmet designs this year, and of course you brought one last year that won you a pretty nice award. Can you talk about just what kind of juice your kids and your school gets out of things like that?
I think so. I mean, they've got the belt here. Actually, it's y'all's booth out there. So it's now a touchdown turnover belt. So whoever gets that would kind of hang out around their neck, and they keep track of that. But I think the helmet brings a community together too. So there's so many, the history of the school. You've had different colors, different designs, different mascots, but one traditional thing, if you look back from the first team, there's always this interlocking PV. And so when we went to this helmet design, we want to do everything we can to bring people together, not divide them. And so, that's kind of why we went to that specific logo on there. It's traditional. And we've had several alumni and different people reach out and still talk about the helmet, so, and the kids like it. And I've noticed that a couple of these new helmet designs look very similar to that.
The 3A region in the area has gotten a lot of preseason attention, but you guys have a pretty solid 2A region to play in this year as well. Talk about your region a little bit.
We do. Everybody in the region we have played before or been in the region with the exception of Pisgah. When we played Pisgah in the playoffs, that was the first time that Pleasant Valley and Pisgah had played each other. And, and now we open up region play with them. And I think that's going to be a key game because it's going to measure, not where we're at in the region, but where are you at and how far you can go in the playoffs, because Pisgah's got a veteran team coming back. I mean, they're they're one of the strong suits to pick to win the region and and actually win it all with some of the guys they have coming back. So I think that's going to be a key game for us just to see where we're at. I'm glad that game's early in the season, so we can look at that and then go from that. But besides them, I really think that this region's up for grabs for anybody. So I think it's going to be who's playing the best ball by week 5, 6, and so taking each week like it's a week of its own and trying to improve, and and I think that's going to determine the region. We've got our non-regions early, which I'm proud of that, and so we've got week 10 that we're taking off, and we did this for a reason, to say, hey, the expectation is we are going to make postseason. We're not hoping to make postseason. Our expectation this year is we want to host that playoff game. And so that's why we chose week 10. And so I think getting the kids to buy into that, this is the expectation. This is not, something, because last year our seniors said they were in kindergarten the last time that they made postseason. And so, are you doing the things that it takes each week to make sure that this happens this year? And so I'm just excited about the leadership and watching those guys work and compete.
One final question right here, and then we'll wrap it up with your comments. But for the players, what did it mean to you, each one of you, when Coach told you that he was bringing you to media day today? What did it mean to you and your parents? Talk about that when he told you.
I mean, I would say I was shocked in a way because I wasn't even thinking about, anything about media day because I didn't really hear of it. But when he did, I was like, wow, all the hard work and everything just paid off and everything. And I just thanked the Lord right then that he gave me this opportunity to come up here and represent the team and the players and everything like that. So, yeah.
Noah?
Yeah, it means a lot. I've been watching Pleasant Valley since I was little because my cousins and my sister went to Pleasant Valley. So to be representing Pleasant Valley now as a senior just means a lot.
Very good. Coach, your final comments.
Just appreciate the opportunity, and I'll share a quick story with Braden on Braden here. He's the first player that I've ever coached that called me and said, Coach, I'm going to be preaching. Is there any way you can come watch me? And, and I think that's at that age for somebody to be that bold and be able to do that and get up there is just, to me, it's what it's all about in coaching. For him to get up there and do what he did and study and, and put a message in front of a congregation was just, amazing to me. And I really think that a lot of kids on the team, they saw that. Sometimes, the kid nowadays, when you scroll through social media, you don't see anybody putting anything on there about, well, today I got 225 stuck on my chest. Can you record this video? They're only seeing positive. And so sometimes, it's hard for kids to handle any kind of negative because they're just used to seeing positive and they're used to comparing to somebody else. And so that's something that our team's been real hard on this summer about, hey, let's worry about us. Let's worry about what we're doing and how can you build another teammate up. And sometimes that leadership is not an age. A lot of times, like Braxton, he started as a quarterback in the 8th grade. And, and there were seniors that looked up to him for leadership. So leadership is not an age. Leadership is an action. And so both of these guys right here represent that. And we got several other kids on the team that makes it exciting to coach at Pleasant Valley.
I'm sorry, one more thing. Braden, that's very interesting. Could you elaborate on the situation about preaching and where it was and how you got a chance to do that?
The question was, for those viewing at home, elaborate a little bit on on what Coach just talked about.
So it was April 21st, I believe, last April, and I remember a month or two before getting asked because our church at Angel Grove Baptist Church in Jacksonville, it's on 204. If anybody wants to go there, you're welcome. But I remember getting asked a month before because we were just starting up a youth-led service each, quarterly by the year. And I remember our youth pastor coming up, our pastor and our youth pastor coming up to me during a mission trip that I was on in Peru.
They asked me, do you want to preach? And I said, absolutely.
and just preaching. I preached on 1 Samuel 17, 41 through 49, the verse and everything about the story of David and Goliath and how you face your giants and everything, and how David, he was looked at like he was the least in his family. He was the least called upon. I mean, the I can't remember who it was, but they were coming to look for people to face Goliath, I believe, and looked at all David's dad's son and everything, looked at all of his brothers. There was none of them that would do it, and they had one more, and it was David. And David, being out in the field and everything, facing lions, all that stuff, and he always looked to the Lord and everything, and that's where I get a lot of inspiration from David, is because I've always been a smaller person, but when I can look to the Lord for guidance, for wisdom, for strength, that's where I get my stuff from. So
well said. Pleasant Valley Raiders, appreciate you guys. Best of luck to you this fall. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we've got the Anniston Bulldogs coming up next here on the 2024 Media Day.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. At this time, we'd like to welcome the Anniston Bulldogs to the Cooper Chevrolet stage. Anniston competes in 4A Region 6. Head coach of the Bulldogs is Rico Jackson. Today, Coach Jackson has brought with him a senior defensive end, Kamar Holder, and his senior center, Andrew Nelson. Coach Jackson, we'll start with your opening comments, Coach.
Just grateful to be here, excited about 2024. I also brought, I like to call him my sensational sophomore. He's sitting in the back, Sharante Bailey. So I wanted him to get the experience of experiencing Media Day. But just excited to be here, ready to get the season going. Excited for these guys, and I know they're ready as well.
Joe, you got a question?
Yeah, Rico, new helmets are a story this year. It looks like you've got one, maybe 2 new helmets there this year. Tell me about those.
Yeah, I guess you can call it chrome red is a just add a little flavor. That's pretty much it. I mean, we'll wear it every now and then. I try to make the decals like Blast from the Past. Anderson wore the dogs in script, so I like what Coach Nick said about bridging the community together. That kind of bring the old with the new. So we'll wear it every now and then, but we're just the helmet is a helmet. You got to go play football at the end of the day.
Okay, so my first question, Kamar, is for you. What does it mean to you personally that you got selected to come today to speak?
It's a great feeling. I'm appreciated that he brought me up here. This is my first time, but yeah, I'm appreciated.
Everybody always has a first time. Okay. What about you, Nelson? What do you think, man?
I'm just grateful that Coach and God have brought me up here, give me this opportunity to speak. I'm just happy and grateful.
Coach, another question for you this time is talk about your region this year. Little changes to it, little subtle changes, but how do you anticipate things right now changing with the area being restructured?
I'm excited. It's new. We're in the north. I feel like Anniston is geographically in the north, so
it's going to bode well come playoff time. Not having to go to Mobile.
No doubt. I think last year we went to Mill. I think it was 5 hours for a away game, which was crazy. But anyway, just new challenges. I'm a coach that believes in playing football and not ducking opponents. And at the end of the day, you got to go play. So I'm excited about our non-region. I'm excited about our region. It's a tough region, but I'm excited to compete.
Coach, talk about the new facelift on the gray old lady.
Man, it's awesome. Just thankful to our superintendent, our school board, our principal. Anniston, we're pushing for a program, not a team, and just catching up with the times. I think that the turf is going to help us as far as manpower. It's going to help us athletically. And it's aesthetically pleasing as well. So it really looks good. They're putting the finishing touches on it right now. That makes it even more exciting when we come out on August 30th at home.
Well, just the money alone that you save in tractor expenses and cutting grass and all that fun stuff.
And painting the field.
Painting the field.
Oh, man. Now we just go play.
I got a question for both players. Y'all are both seniors this year. Is there any added pressure with being a senior, and how is this season, the start, different from past seasons?
It's different because we playing different teams. It's different. It's just very different.
Like Kamara said, it's a lot of new teams. I feel like it's kind of a tougher schedule this year. But I just feel a lot more pressure being a senior because it's really my last year just being out here. So,
all right, question for the players. What is your favorite part of the whole process? I want you to think back to the end of last season up until this season. What is your favorite part of the whole process?
My favorite part is the work that we put in to be able to win the games and all that. I'm very excited for the season and everything.
I love the beginning of the actual season, August, because then we start back getting ready to actually play instead of just working. I love working, but I love being able to actually play and see that work be put in and used.
Yeah, because I have the opinion that a lot of championships are won in the summertime. Just the work you put in that nobody sees that makes a difference, Coach. Can you talk to that a little bit about these gentlemen here and even our super sophomore? Talk about what they put in for you.
A big reason why I chose these two young men and I brought Sharante is just the mentality. Kamar may have missed one workout this summer, and he informed me what was going on, and he comes with a hard head every day. Andrew had an injury in the spring, and he'll be ready to go. Week one, hasn't missed a day. I mean, they're completely committed to not only bettering themselves and bettering us as well, helping us achieve our goals. Sharante the same way, hasn't missed a workout. All three of them have a different mentality. And the mentality is, is to work, and that's pretty much my mentality. They didn't get it from me. Parents did a great job. Grandparents did a great job. I just added a little salt on top, maybe a little pepper too. But those guys, man, they have been the ultimate workers, and also, which make me, I guess, even prouder, their offensive and defensive linemen. That's where you win the game at. I mean, we're full of skill guys. We got a ton of them, but we're going to ride those guys' backs.
Rico, tell us about some of those skill guys, and specifically who kind of steps in to give you the production that you got from Jay Money last year, and then tell us a little bit about your big sophomore back here.
Start with the skill guys. Man, we have a plethora. Ja'Cory Carr, he's had a great offseason. He started last year. He was a 10th grader. He's upcoming junior. He's an outside receiver. Damon Pope, he started 4 games for us at quarterback last year when Gavin got hurt. And we're expecting big things out of him. Brock Grant has had a great offseason. He's going to play some running back for us. We got a kid transfer from Wellborn. Jabbar Williams, we're expecting big things from him. He's had a great offseason. It's so many kids. Caleb Moore, he's an ex-receiver. He spot played last year. Caleb has had he's been consistent, been there pretty much every day. Tariq Judkins, he spot played last year. He's going to play some safety. Jay Money's cousin, he's going to start for us at safety. He spot played a little bit last year. So we got a lot of kids that have a lot of time. Kamar's brother, he's not a skill guy. He's about 6'1", about 330. He started a couple games for us last year. He's going to be our left guard possibly. I mean, our skill guys never really worry about that. You always worry about the trenches because that's where the games are won and lost. A little bit about Sharante. We talked about his mentality. Right now, he's garnered a couple offers. Texas State, ULM, Alabama State is going to grow. He's been to several camps, actually camped in Alabama. Quick story, the Alabama O-line coach was the O-line coach at Alabama State when I played. So Coach Cap has been around a long time, so it's a good connection. I think with Sharante, he's about 6'3", 6'4", but it's a different height when you get to Bama. I saw the Caden Proctor kid. My God, he's about 6'9". So, but he did a great job. He's going to have a monster year. I'm just really excited about our team. I was talking to the kids in the car, or the young men in the car. I shouldn't say kids. And I feel like we're closer this year, a closer-knit team. So we're very excited.
Rico, this is your second year. I mean, you've kind of figured out where all the sticks and stones are now. Where do you feel like the program needs to grow the most to continue to develop as a program and not just a team that might have a good year?
Just consistency. I think that's our word. Even this summer, I told the kids that, we'll be up to the heights, and we won't bottom out, but we'll kind of drop down to the middle, just up and down until like the last 2 or 3 weeks we've really locked in. So just consistency from us as a team, as far as them academically in the classroom, as far as just us as a support system, everyone being involved. So I think the word is just being consistent and keep putting pressure where it needs to be applied. So we're growing, and it has no choice. As long as Anniston sees fit for me to be the coach, it won't be a team, it'll be a program.
So going into this season, tell me about what that week before the first game. What are things going to look like, Coach? How are y'all going to be?
Well, we have a jamboree game. We're playing Heflin, Cleveland County. We're going to treat it like a real game to get ready for a 5A Beauregard that's coming in. Business as usual. We'll break down film. We'll have practice set up, our structured practice set up normally how it is. We want to go 1-0 every week, but we do have big goals. I come to Anniston, I said this last year, region champions and state champions. We didn't achieve that last year. That doesn't mean the season was a failure. It just shows what we need to build on. So we have that same goal this year. We got about 60 boys strong, and I feel like we're getting ready to go.
We have any other questions from the field? Coach, at this time, we've got one more question.
I'll end it on something light. Do you have the new college football game in the field house yet, and when can I come play?
So we played it. When was it, last week? Last week. I played Jay Money's cousin, and he beat me by 3. No, he beat me by 4. They all think they pros at it, and I don't even have a PlayStation 5, but I've been playing college football for a long time. So whenever you want to stop by, I'm gonna give them to bring the system up, and we play. So they stay in maybe 2 times a week, and they play the game. So it's pretty cool how they have it set up with even our kids. Rock is on there, Jay Money's on there, Spooty, Antonio Kite's on there. It's pretty cool how they have it set up. I can tell it was a big investment. Now I'm finna get ready to go buy a PlayStation 5.
Which one of you two is the best?
I'm most definitely better.
He probably is.
All right, so Coach, in your closing remarks, just talk about your expectations for the season for us.
Expectations, just grow from year one. Obviously, expectation is playoffs, region champion, state champion. I mean, that's what we're striving for. That's the football side. The growth side is having these young men growing to manhood, going into the community, and whether they play football or not, to me, I really don't care. I care if that's what they want to do. I want them to be successful. So if they want to go to school, I'm going to help them any type of way I can to go to school. I don't care if they come. They may want to be the president of Anniston Country Club. That's great. I'm going to help them any way that I can. So just growth into adulthood, manhood, from the growth side, from the football side, is, we want to play a protective stadium.
Well, Coach, thank you so much. We appreciate you guys being here with us today. And so at this time, we'll conclude with Anniston Bulldogs. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day presented by the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. My name is Danny Shears. It's a pleasure to serve as one of the board members, and we continue this tradition of spotlighting our high school football teams here in Calhoun County. We now would like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2024 High School Football Media Day the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Oxford competes in 6A Region 6. The head coach of the Yellow Jackets is Coach Sam Adams. Today, Coach Adams has brought with him senior quarterback Mason Mims and senior linebacker / tight end Jason Tapley. Coach Adams, we welcome you, and we'll start with your opening comments, sir.
Thank you very much. We're glad to be here, and glad to bring Mason, and it's James Tapley actually with me here also.
My apologies.
That's all right. We're coming off of a strong year last year at 9-3, and really have a very veteran team coming back. We have a lot of guys that have a lot of returners that have starting experience. There's 7 to 8 of those guys on both sides of the ball, depending on how you look at it. Defensively. Keenan Britt will be a 4-year starter returning. James Tapley will be a 4-year starter. It started in different positions over 4 years. Caleb Tenner is a returning 4-year starter at D-line. P.J. Watkins is a returner of the defensive line as well. Jais Fleming, Des Whitson, Ced Twyman, all of those guys will be multi-year likely starters for us this year. Offensively, it's very, very similar in that it's a veteran group coming back. We have Mason Mims here beside me. It'll be his 3rd year as a starting quarterback for us, and 3 returning starters on the offensive line with Rashad Cunningham, who's been in that left tackle spot for us for 4 years now, and Jaden Young and Markevion Conley are 2 of the other offensive linemen that are returners. Nick Richardson will be a returner at a receiver spot. This will be his 3rd year to start for us, and has been very, very productive over the last 2. D.K. Wilson has started games over each of the last 4 years at the running back, kind of slot receiver, hybrid sort of role for us. And then we have a couple other guys that have started for us in the past, and Jalen Taylor and Caleb Wynn that'll be returning with us this year as well. We do have a challenging schedule that's ahead of us. That's region and non-region are both equally challenging. Non-region this year will be opening up the season at Central High School in Carrollton, Alabama. They're a 4A school in Georgia that was 12-1 last year and made a third round appearance. Other non-region games are against Moody, 5A team that was in the 3rd round last year. Helena, who made it the 2nd round in 6A, and then Florence, who was made a 1st round playoff appearance in 7A, and that's to go alongside our region schedule, which is kind of the who's who of teams that have played in state championship games in 6A football across the last 7 years. Shades Valley, Pinson Valley, Mountain Brook, Pell City, Clay Chalkville, defending state champion, and Huffman. There's been a state finalist out of our region every year since 2017, and a team out of our region has won the state championship 6 out of the last 7 times. So, I think we do have a very talented and very veteran group of kids that we get the opportunity to coach every day. They've kind of been through a lot in 4 years. They've had some years where we've had more success than others, and I think they've continued to improve steadily. With that being said, we know that there's a big road ahead of us as well. Just because, and the way I worded that at the beginning, we have guys that are returning with starting experience. We believe in competition every single day in our program. That doesn't necessarily mean that those guys are going to be the starters this year. There's somebody trying to take their spot, and we feel like if we have continued to develop the way that we think we have over the off season, that we have a chance to put together a special year this year.
We will open it up to questions.
My question is for Mason and James. What does it mean to you guys that Coach Adams has selected y'all to come speak with us today, and how does it feel to be representing Oxford?
It's a great pleasure. I'm trying to take this leadership role, and it just gives me a sense of that he trusts me and wants me to lead my team.
Yeah, it's great. I'm glad I earned his trust over these last 3 years, and I'm just thankful to be here alongside these two.
Along those lines of leadership and trust, Coach, they just use those words. You've been at this a while now. You go through cycles where you've got more senior-laden teams than you do other years. A year like this year, with the experience you've got coming back, do you coach it any different? Do you let sometimes the players kind of coach themselves when it comes to maybe discipline or off-the-field stuff, or how does that work different in years like this year?
We don't coach it any different year in and year out. One of the points that we've made with this particular group of guys over the last several months is just because we have a lot of returning starters doesn't necessarily mean we're going to automatically be a better team. Each of those guys is challenged with being a better version of themselves than they were last year if we want to have a little different result at the end of the year, But it is comforting to know that these guys fully understand not just what we do on a day in, day out basis. They understand why we do it. They know what it looks like now when it's done the right way, and they understand and are not afraid to correct other guys on the team when it's not done the right way. Now that does make my job a little bit easier, because we don't really we don't want to overlook anything in this process and take anything for granted. And we try to stomp out every molehill that we could ever come across. So if you don't do that, you'll have a yard full of molehills, right? So I think that's a big thing that this group has really made strides in, is being able to police each other.
That's the point I was trying to get at. It makes it a little bit easier from that aspect than having a younger team.
Yes.
So we've got another question in the back. Joe Medley.
And Sam, can you just speak to Mason's development since last year and what you expect of him as a third-year starter?
Yeah, so Mason's his third year in the system here, and he's been super productive each of the first two. One of his strong points from the very beginning has just been decision-making, understanding of space on the football field, and understanding how to distribute the ball, and understanding how to anticipate throws before he makes the decision, I guess is the way to say it. And those things that he was really strong at 2 years ago have continued. His strengths have gotten stronger. And I think, if you were kind of picking nits from a couple of years ago, you would say, well, maybe he's not physically as strong as some of the other guys out there, and, maybe doesn't have the velocity on his throws as some of the guys out there. Now, it doesn't take long to realize that those things those things that could have been perceived as weaknesses a few years ago are definitely in the past. I think now, you're probably, 25, 30 pounds heavier than you were 2 years ago. And just the velocity of his throws has gotten better and better each year, and he keeps that, that nice compact stroke, and it just gets out of his hand quick, And I think the biggest comfort that I have with a guy like Mason in the game is that when I call the play, I think he has a great understanding of why we're calling what we do. And I feel like I know where the ball is going to go once the ball is snapped, or sometimes before the ball is snapped. I think we really we see the game in a very similar way, which is a great comfort to me.
Another question right here. With a quarterback like Mason, from the outside looking in, you think you throw it, 80, 85% of the time. But and I know you got to be balanced to keep the defense, on their heels. Mm-hmm. Talk a little bit about the running game and who we can look for in the backfield for Oxford this year.
Sure. In the backfield, we have three guys that we really feel good about. With one, DK Wilson, as I mentioned earlier, has been a starter, at least part-time starter, over the last 4 years. So you've seen him out there a lot. Oh, yeah. He can do a lot of things and has a huge skill set. He can play receiver inside or outside. He can protect. He's good in the screen game. He's obviously good handing the ball to him as well. So, he's kind of the Swiss Army knife, the kind of guys that we have. And then we have Caleb Wynn that'll be back with us this year. Caleb is a different style of back than DK is. Caleb is thicker. He's closer to 200 pounds, whereas DK is right around that 175, 180 kind of range. But Caleb kind of brings the physical presence back there. And then we have a young guy that'll be a freshman this year that's definitely in the mix that we have big plans for in Kamari English. And he's another guy that's very similar to DK in the skill set that he could play receiver, he could play running back, he could go over and play some defensive back as well, return kicks, return punts. So those three guys are going to be huge for us in the run and pass game. I think that was one of the things last year. Now, we'll definitely miss Jaden Thomas, who's a 1,000-yard rusher, but him and DK both also had 400 to 500 yards receiving apiece. And we do definitely, we like to throw the football, and we like to run the football. And I think one of the things that Mason does extremely well is there's a lot of times where balls get thrown that were actually run calls. We're pretty deep into the RPO, run-pass option type game. Right. But we do definitely have to run the football effectively in order for our offense to work the way that it needs to.
Question right here.
Sam, the region on paper at least looks like an Oxford-Clay Chalkville race. What are the differences between the two teams?
So, you kind of look at – I can base this off of last year. Last year was a 14-point game, okay? Now, we fell behind early in the game and then caught ourselves up at the end. Now, there was kind of a misconception in that game that, we kind of scored our touchdowns in mop-up duty. They didn't pull a starter out of the game, okay? It was still ones-on-ones at the end, and we were able to cut it to a game. Cut it to a 14-point game. And we felt like in that particular game, there was probably 3 crucial errors that they were able to capitalize on and swing the game in their favor. We had a block punt in there. We had a backwards pass that they scored on, and they threw one deep ball over our head. So in any game where there's 2 roughly comparably talented teams competing, there's 4 to 5 plays that are going to decide that game. And last year, they made all those plays within the game. As far as if you're looking at what's different between their kids and their program and our program, there's no difference. There's no difference. Our kids get out there and compete. We've got high-level kids just like they do. Now, last year, they did have a super talented team. There's 3 Under Armour All-Americans on the team, in addition to 2 other SEC defenders on the team that were not chosen for the All-American team. So I know this. They've lost those guys. They're not coming back. That by no means does that mean that they're going to fall off a cliff and stop being a good football team, a good football program, because that's not true. But do I think we can stand in there and go toe-to-toe with them again this year? Yes, absolutely. Hopefully with the experience of beating those kind of games in the past, with the roster that we have this year, we can swing some of those 3 or 4 or 5 play games into our favor.
Question right here for James and Mason. Last year at this time, we had just opened the doors on the new indoor facility. You got to be a part of that for a full year now. What's it been like to have an off season, a winter to go through, knowing any time, any day of the week, you could go in there, work on passing, routes, whatever. Talk a little bit about having that tremendous asset there at Oxford High School.
Yeah, it's one of the best indoor facilities in the state. There's no doubt about that. It's great to have an athletic program that cares about us like that, and where we can just go in there and put in work whenever we want. And I think we earned that because the teams before us, the guys before us. So, it's just great to have that.
There's definitely nothing like it in the state. We got stuff that D1 football teams have, and it's just getting to work out in that every day is awesome. There's nothing like it.
Mason, you talked about the guys before you. Does it humble you a little bit to know that the rich history that Oxford had in the last, we like to think the modern era, the last, 20 or 30 years, but it even goes further than that. But the guys that have played, that have gone on to college and NFL, so many of them, you can't count them on one hand here in the last 20 years. They didn't have that indoor facility, and you're coming behind them at your time in your life. Talk about those guys that played before you that maybe we all looked up to when you were younger, James.
They come back, and they come like J. Rock Swain and, You know, like a couple of them, like KJ, they come back and they're jealous about it. You know, they wish they had that, and you know, there's definitely like, you know, it's just, I mean, it's good to have. I mean, they wish they had it.
And they do come back and support the program, right, Mason?
Yes, sir, they do.
We've seen them at camps and things like that.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's great to have that supporting cast around you where they'll come back around and I mean, they'll always be Yellow Jackets for life. So it's great to have that support.
Yes, sir. Next question right here, Jim.
Sam, of course, Mason made our Player of the Year finalist list last year. We've got our watch list out for this year. He's on it, but not only is he on it, Keenan's on it as well, and I think that's the first time we've ever had two players from a school on the watch list at the start of the season. You not only have talent, you have elite talent. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we do have we got a lot of really good football players, you know, and I would argue. I mean, I'm super proud of both those guys for being on that watch list, and they're obviously deservingly so. In my opinion, we probably have three or four more guys that could end up on that list by the end of the year. You know, that people that just are not necessarily household names around this part of the state right now, but they will be soon enough. You know, I think we do have, you know, a lot of really good players. The thing I'm more proud of than the fact they're good players is all those names that you just mentioned, in addition to a whole bunch of others, are great human beings. You know, they're great ambassadors of our program and Oxford High School and the city of Oxford. You know, I think we have a lot of kids that you know, have grown up over these last few years as part of our program. I would like to think that our program does a good job in just kind of fostering that and helping build great young men and great football players along the way. Now, I'm not going to take credit for everything that they've done. I mean, they were really good football players before they started our program, and they've just gotten better and better. But you know, we don't hide from the fact that we got really good players, and you know, I'm proud of all of them.
Time for one final question. Yes, sir, Mark.
Mason, you've got your commitment out of the way. What's the best part of having that already completed?
I mean, I just get to focus on the season. That's the best part. And, yeah, I'm locked in with Louisville. Love the coaching staff there. Love the city. Love the program. And, yeah, it's just great to be able to focus on football and not recruitment and all that kind of stuff. So,
good question. Well, we're about at the end of our time with Oxford High School. Coach, if you'll give us your final thoughts.
Well, I mean, we're super excited for the year, and, you know, it's always a fun time and when you go watch Oxford High School football in the fall, and I just look forward to being out in the stadium and seeing our home crowd there and just feeling the support from our city.
Well, good luck to the Oxford Yellow Jackets as they compete in 6A Region 6, and football is right around the corner. Coming up next on the stage will be the Walter Wellborn Panthers.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Well, again, good afternoon. I'm Doug Odell. I'm one of the executive board members of the quarterback club. Would like to welcome to the stage at this time the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the Calhoun County Media Day, the Walter Wellborn Panthers. Wellborn competes in 3A Region 6, and the head coach of the Panthers is Jeff Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him senior tight end Ethan Carroll and senior center Trace Dozer-Haynes. Coach Smith, we'll start with your opening comments.
Well, first, thank you for having us here today. The Calhoun County Quarterback Club does such great work. Give out four scholarships every year. I really appreciate it a lot because I was fortunate to have two sons that were able to get the Quarterback Club scholarships, and it really helps out a lot. And the work that y'all do is just very, unselfish, and we sure do appreciate you.
Joe?
Jeff, just is this a different kind of year in terms of your personnel, and how do you want to approach things this year?
Every year seems to be a different type year, and it's funny you mentioned that. I was talking to some of our coaches just the other day, and I feel like we're still putting our team together. We had a really good spring. We were fortunate to get all 10 days outside and had a good spring game down at Faulkner. Then this summer we've had 27 workouts so far, and we've been able to get outside all 27 workouts, believe it or not, with all this rain. But we still feel like we're putting pieces in. I feel like every day we go out there, we seem to be getting a little better.
Coach, I know you also brought a couple of other guys with you. You want to talk about them a little bit?
Well, Ethan here to my right has been a 4-year starter for us, and he plays tight end, defensive end. And Dozier beside me here, he's a worker, and he starts at center, and he can play anywhere on our defensive line. But in the back, I brought Kyle Bright. He plays anywhere we want him to on offense. Same thing on defense. He can play linebacker and defensive back. He's a true utility player. And then Raymond Williams plays our will linebacker and our fullback. Of course, us being 3A, all our players, they work on both sides of the ball. We try our best to platoon, but, most of the time we have kids going both ways.
How difficult has it been? You talked about earlier restructuring things and building your team with losing Jabari to Anniston. How has that is that part of the reason why you're having to restructure?
No, that of course, that does, that hurts us, but and we wish him well and hope everything goes good for him and everything. But we've got more than just one player on the team. We've got several really good players, and our team's a little different. We've got some kids that are good in different skill positions, and we're trying to get it out there to them a little bit more. And we're just trying to fit all that together without going into specifics what all we're doing. But man, I tell you, we had a good spring and we've had a good summer, and again, the pieces are just falling in their place.
Question for Ethan and Dozer, since y'all are up here. What's your favorite part of the process? From spring to fall, all that in between. What's your favorite part of the process getting ready for the season?
Well, if I had to say, it would probably be being able to really get all the guys together in the off season and be able to really create that bond before the season starts. Really create an environment where everyone trusts everybody, everyone respects everybody. You pick out your leaders and the people who are vocal and the people who lead with their actions, and then you pick out, the people who are there to really put in the work, the guys that are really there to get it done, the guys that are loyal, the guys that, want to be there, want to get better, want to, have a successful season, and then you get to pick out the ones who, are considered rotten apples, the ones that don't want to be there, the ones that are lazy, the ones that, whatever. I really enjoy being able to really pick out who wants to be there, who wants to put in the work, and who wants to get better to set ourselves up for the season.
Those are your comment?
It's about the same thing Ethan said. It's about to see which one's ready to be there.
And that's a process. I'm going to add to that. The process is, when you start out right after football season, everybody wants to play. And then you go through your winter workouts, and then you get into spring training, and then you get through the summer, and you start getting less and less. And then when you finally get to the season, you get the guys that really care and really want to play, and that's what makes it special. That whole process of getting to the point of football season, that's what I enjoy the most, is developing the young men as we go.
Yeah, I know you always enjoyed practice.
Absolutely.
Jeff, talk a little bit about the region. It seems to me that, we've all seen this region before, but in years past, there was usually one or two teams that you could kind of pencil in at the top and kind of think that they were the ones to beat for the title. But this year, it just doesn't seem like there's any one team that stands out above the others, and it looks like we're going to have some really good games this year.
I think our region is very tough. I really, as far as North Alabama goes, in 3A, it's the toughest 3A region of the four regions. Last year, now what I like about it is last year we were in the southern region. Even though we were in a 17 region, we had a lot of travel games. Now, with us being in a 9-team region, there's only really one trip a year that we'll have to make, and that'll be going to Blount County. This year we'll have to go to J.B. Pennington. Next year we'll be able to go to Locust Fort. But the rest of the games we'll be playing will be local teams, and, of course, that makes for local rivalry. And I tell you what, when you can get a local team to come to the Hill and play it on Friday night, that's special, very special.
For both the players, Coach Smith has a reputation of being very demanding. How can you guys tell when you've pleased him, and what does it mean to you to know you've pleased your head coach?
Coach Smith is a very vocal coach. He's not afraid to let us know that we've done good. He's not afraid to let us know that we've messed up. He's a tough coach. He's an old school coach, but I think that's what a lot of the guys on the team enjoy. We like being able to be told, where we messed up, what we did wrong, so that way we can go to work and perfect our craft and fix, what he believes we're doing wrong. And a lot of times you can't see it. So as a team who, makes mistakes, everyone makes mistakes, but he's a really vocal coach, and he really lets us know what we need to do and when we need to do it, and he's not afraid to let us know that we've done good. So,
about what Ethan said again, he is not afraid to tell us what we did wrong. It's a good thing, though, for the team we got. Through the years, since I've been on varsity, it's been a fun years, but he is a very vocal coach, and I think it's good for us.
I'm not near what I was. I have to say they just don't know. Now, Coach Odell might know, but I'm not. No, they don't know.
I got a question for both the players. With every season, obviously comes pressure. Now that y'all are both seniors, does that add any extra pressure for y'all to, be the ones the guys look at to lead the team?
Personally, I feel like it actually relieves the pressure because, being moved up as a freshman on varsity, that's a really not necessarily a scary thing, but it's really a lot of adapting you have to do. And it was definitely a new environment coming up. But the years that I've been here, the guys that I've been with, the examples of leadership that I've had, I think that it's really prepared me for this. And I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity that I've had. And I think it's going to be a really good year.
I always look forward to it. Since the 9th grade, I always look forward to being a leader. To me, I feel like I've always been a leader, but my senior year, it's definitely going to be one of the best years, though.
Question here for the players. What game on the schedule, which I know you guys already looked at, but even in the past, when you think, what high schools do you like competing against? Is there a team out there you just can't wait for that game? I know how you address all of them, but is there one school in particular that just matters to you a little more than anybody else?
Personally, I'm beyond stoked to play Piedmont, and mostly because of the history that that's in my family. My brother, he was a part of the team that lost to Piedmont, then beat Piedmont, and then lost to him again in the playoffs. So it's exciting for me to be able to go out there and really, redeem what he lost, because I truly believe that there's not anybody on our schedule that can beat us this year. So I'm really excited to get after Piedmont.
That's good. Dozier?
To me, every game's about the same to me. Some games I'll play. One of them I want to play the hardest I can play, each play. I don't want to take no plays off, but I looking at every game, I'm gonna play 110% no matter what.
Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Jeff, year 16, coaching Wellborn, just kind of what's your perspective right now on what it's been to coach your alma mater all this time, and how much longer does this journey go?
I'm very proud of it, and I figured that was going to be the question. But I tell you this, still going into the season, you get that anticipation and that kind of the stress of getting ready for the season to start, and I still feel the same way I have year after year. And I feel like as long as I feel that way, that's what I need to keep doing. Look, I tell you this, I'm very proud that we've been here for 16 years now, and I'm very proud that I can still go out there and work like I work when I'm getting to the age that I am. I think I can still outwork most coaches, and I'm very proud of that.
Jeff, the advantage of the current region is less travel. The disadvantage is that there are 5 teams from Calhoun County in that region. That means that, if the most that can get to the playoffs are 4. Somebody's going to be left out.
You're exactly right. I was talking to Mike Parrish this morning. I was talking to him on his radio show. And, with it being a 9-team region, there's only 4 teams that can go to the playoffs. 5 teams will not go to the playoffs. 2 of the 5 teams that won't go to the playoffs, I bet you could make the playoffs in another one of those regions. One year I was we were down in Montgomery and we were doing our rules clinic and everything, and Coach Benefield from Fife was sitting behind me, and he goes, Jeff, he says, how's your schedule look this year? I said, well, Coach, it's tough. And this has been a few years back. He goes, well, that's always tough. He said, that's how we get y'all. He said, because y'all go through such a grueling season, time we get to y'all right there, y'all been wore down pretty good. And that's a ticket. That's what I've tried to do through the last few years. Well, really last 5 years or so, is to look at the season not as a sprint but as a marathon and try to keep the players as fresh as we can in those later games. And because, it's great to come out of the gate playing strong, but you need to be playing your best football at the end of October and the 1st of November.
Jeff, you've been doing this a long time. I saw in the last couple of weeks where 3 of the top basketball players in the state have transferred to Georgia or other schools because of NIL. You obviously bleed black and white. You're a Wellborn alum. You love your school. You love your community. What are we doing to the game?
I don't know. Going back to college football, I'll say this about college football and NIL. They brought it on themselves. Years ago, like say in the 50s and the 60s, the players would get laundry money, and they would give them like $20 a week, supposedly to do laundry or take care of just some, going out on a date or something. Okay, well, they cut away the laundry money, and you're on full scholarship, but that pays your tuition, your books, your room, and the place to live. Okay, but then you have no other money, and you're not able to work a job because now when you sign on for that scholarship, now you're working for the university. Now you call it like it is. You are working for that university, and Saturday's big. And I think if you went back, if they would have kept doing, like say, laundry money and paid the players, and I don't say if it's paid players, but it gave an allowance to the players, say just $100 a week, and that they could actually went out on a date or went and bought a hamburger, I think we wouldn't be in the place we are now. I think a lot of it was greed, and that's where we've got to. And then so, you got a player. I remember a story one time, the principal that was at McAdory when I was with Coach Bowles at Hueytown, he told me that he was a head coach at McAdory at the time. He said that Bo Jackson called him after the game where Bo went over the top against Alabama, and he was back in the dorm room, and he said, Bo, why are you not, out with everybody else? He said, well, I really ain't got no money to do anything. And that I've always kind of remembered that is, those players are out there making those millions and millions of dollars and everything, and then they had no private life at all. And I think if they would have done that, I don't think we would have got to the place we are in college football now. Now, whatever happens in college football is going to come down to high school football, and now we'll have to deal with it. NIL hadn't passed in Alabama yet, but I'm sure sooner or later it will.
So, going into this season, and we talked earlier, and you talked about building your team. Talk to me about that process. Talk to us about that process of putting that team together.
Well, I mean, everybody's great when there's no pressure applied. You got to get the kids, and you got to work them, and you got to take them to that edge there where they're doing more than what they thought they could do, and then you got to apply pressure in practice so that when they get in the game and they have a pressure situation, they don't just crack. And that's very hard to do in practice because everything changes when the lights come on and them stands fill up. But we got to try to get as close to that as we can, and then by doing that and seeing how the players will react to those situations, then you can see who needs to be playing where. And look, hey, we might not have this kid on the field, but man, I tell you what, when it gets tough, he bows up. Then we need to find somewhere where he can play and help us. And that's what we're doing now. And look, again, it's harder to do that now because one, we don't have two-a-days anymore like we used to in the old days. All right. Now what you have to do is you got to start the 1st of June, and you've got to work the kids throughout the summer to make up for not having the two-a-days and the three-a-days that we used to have in August, because you don't get that no more. You get one practice in the afternoon now, and that's about it because school starts early.
We'll wrap it up here. One more question, then, Coach, you give us your closing comments.
Okay.
But this is for the players. Take a minute and share with us what it means to put on that black and white jersey that you've always thought so highly of, and you've got little kids now that first, second, third graders that are looking at you, and they want a jersey with 60 on it because Dozier has it. To talk about that a little bit.
Dozier, you go ahead.
Well, since I was a kid, I mean, I've been to Wellborn my whole life. I mean, I've been playing football since, I've been at Wellborn since I was 3. I was out there with my brother. My dad was a coach. I mean, it's just always been, it's been in the family. My whole family's went to Wellborn. And it's just, when I think about putting on my black helmet, it's tough. I mean, it's what Coach says it all the time. It's class. I mean, it's just it's something different. Like every other school, they all got their thing. It's just Wellborn's just different to me. And when you go out there on the field, it's just like a whole different game. And like I don't know how it is like for other players. I never went to another school, but I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's different.
Kind of to piggyback off what Dozier said, it runs deep in my family, and everyone from my dad's oldest brother all the way up to my youngest nephew is playing ball at Wellborn, and so Wellborn as a community and as a school itself, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to my family. But as far as football goes, my team, my family, it's a family full of athletes and full of football players. And so to be able to, go out there and wear the number that's been worn on several backs of Carroll blood, and to be able to go out there and play knowing that, my dad, my uncle, my brother, they've all played on the same field, it really means a lot to me to be able to step out there and know that I'm a part of a legacy, and I really appreciate the fact that we haven't up and left, because it's to a lot of people it's easy to be able to leave. They get all of these big things, they get all this talk in their ear, and they're like, oh, like I like the way that sounds, or I like what this team offers, or I like what this coach does. But for me, Wellborn is about family, and it's about loyalty, and it's about wanting to be there, wanting to put in the work, and wanting to be a part of something that makes a difference. And I think that that's what we're doing, and I think that we're on a great track. I think that not just football, but a lot of our athletic programs are on a come up right now, and I think that I think that Wellborn's going to shock the county. But yeah, to put on that black helmet, like Dozer said, it's different, man. You know, you got a lot of teams right here. They're real flashy. You know, they're real fancy. They go out there and they make these big plays. You know, they look good. But we get out there, we get down in the dirt and we get rough. You know, we're not afraid to go out there and lay a lick on somebody. We're not afraid to go out there and put somebody in the dirt and make them like it. You know, and it's every play. You put them down, you pick them up, and you do it over and over again. And that's what I love about Wellborn, is that you get to go out there. It's controlled aggression, and it's a war with rules. And that's what I love, being able to go out on the hill and just get after it. But
Coach, I don't know how you're going to have final comments after that, but you're welcome to, Coach.
Well, the best time in our school and the community is football season. You know, we have more kids participate during football season than any other time of the year. And I'm not just talking about the football team. I'm talking about our volleyball team. I'm talking about our cheerleaders, and I'm talking about our band. When school starts and football season starts at Wellborn, it's just electric. And it's just a good time to be there. And, you know, everybody's really anticipating the season and excited about it. And we go through football season, and when football season ends, I'm telling you, it's like a death around there. You know, you said this before once, there's no other place that lives and dies harder on Friday night than Wellborn. And that's the way we are. And but now, look, I tell you this, I sure appreciate y'all having us here today. This was great. Thank you so much for all y'all do for high school sports. Thank you for the coverage. And, look, we're looking forward to this year.
And that's the Wellborn Panthers, folks. Thank y'all for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back after a short intermission with Sachs.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at BamaSheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We now would like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage of the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Sacs Wildcats. Sacs competes in 3A Region 6. The head coach of the Wildcats is Alfonso Freeney. Today, Coach Freeney has brought with him senior wide receiver defensive back Ja'Cory Avery and senior linebacker defensive end Mason Stevens. Coach Freeney, we'll start with you with your opening comments.
First, I want to, thank you all for having us today. I just want to say, this is one of the best events. I've coached in Florida, and, coming back home, this is something that we look forward to each year. So you guys do a really good job of putting this on. I want to thank, these guys for coming with me. They definitely deserve being here today. And I also want to say to the other guys on my team that's back home or back at Sacs watching, these are 2 seniors. We have a lot of seniors this year that deserve to be up here. These 2 are just here, representing them, but we have a great group of seniors, and I'm glad to be coaching them, and I'm glad to be at Sacs. I also want to say I'm very excited. I know we made an announcement not too long ago as a school, but we have our new principal. He's actually here in the back, Frederick Franklin. We're lucky to have him, and I'm just excited right now with all the things and the good things going on at Sacs.
To Alfonso and Ja'Cory and Mason, just what did the last game of last year do to maybe change the mood, the feeling, and just how you all approach the off season?
Feeling a win feels good. So, we didn't have that. We didn't get a win all season, but that last win, it showed that we can do it together. So, it felt good.
Yep, it felt amazing. We actually won one.
I think for the kids, it was just a good thing for them to see that they could go through adversity. It's one of our things that, I talked to them about this year is adversity. Us as a team, we got to learn how to fight through adversity. We got into a lot of games, and you can go back and look at, the box score. There's a lot of games that Sacs was in, first and second quarter, and then adversity hits us and we fall apart. So to see our kids fight through adversity and get a win, but also for my coaches to see, that hard work pay off and get a win, I think that also helped as well. But it helped us get momentum heading into the off season, which I feel like they've done very well at using that momentum to propel our off season and, to excel in this off season.
Question right here for the players. Where were you at and how did Coach let you know that he was going to honor you by inviting you to Media Day today? We'll start with you, Mason.
I was at home. He just sent the text, and he was like, do you want to come with me to Media Day? And I was like, yes, sir. I'll show up.
Yeah, it was the same for me. I was at home. So
what an honor it is out of all your teammates to be here today.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, Coach thinks of you 2 as leaders of the team. Now that you're both seniors, will anything change this year knowing that there's nobody above you? It begins and ends with you with senior leadership. What's your take on that going forward, Ja'Cory?
We're really just trying to set a standard, for the younger kids, keep the standard high. When Coach Freeney first got here, it really, everything, that he was teaching us was new to us. But, this year, we've been handling everything, it's, becoming automatic. So that's good. And we're just trying to lead the younger kids.
We just try to push the younger kids to be like us, to just improve and just to get the step ahead, to be better than us.
Yeah.
When you want the younger kids, as you say, to be like you, that makes you want to do the best you can, give it all on the line.
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit, and Coach, you can jump in here too. Talk about this tough region that you play in. Every week there's no taking off. Obviously, you've got every opponent on that schedule is a quality opponent that you've got to bring your best. And I guess, do you have the mentality of one week at a time, or go 1-0, as some coaches say, Coach?
This is probably going to sound crazy, but I don't even think these guys have heard me talk about who's in our region, because it's not about them, to be honest with you. It's about these guys standing up here. I truly believe and I truly feel that, my football team, if they do what they're supposed to and they come out every night and attention to detail and play like they're supposed to, that they can compete against anybody. Yes, we're in a tough region, and I'm excited about that region. Me personally, like I like competition. I think competition brings out the best in these guys. But for me, it's all about the Wildcats. It's all about Sacs, and we're going to focus on us, and we're going to focus on getting better each and every day. 1%, right? Just get 1% better each and every day. And if we can do that, we're going to be all right.
Got a question right here.
Now that you've been at Sacs for a full cycle, how much easier is the preparation going to be for the 2024 season than it was for the 2023 season?
I think a lot easier. I think last year, we jumped in the season, and me and the coaching staff, we kind of honestly thought that our kids were further along than that first game showed. And then we kind of had to backtrack on some things, like fundamental stuff that we were able to work on a lot sooner that I know that they're better at now. Yeah. So I think going into this year, I think also just the relationship building piece of it, right? Like, I come in last year, I get here in June, they're trying to figure out who's this guy, and I'm trying to figure them out, They're trying to see what makes me tick. I'm trying to see what makes them tick. So I think now we know each other. I think we're comfortable with each other, and I think, that year has, we worked really hard at it now. Like, we've spent a lot of hours, a lot of time together, but I think we've kind of built a family. And we built a brotherhood, and I think with that being said, like, they trust me, I trust them. If I ask these two guys, or if I ask any of the seniors to get something done, they'll get it done. It's sometimes, and our kids, some of our kids have tough situations, but it's on these guys, we talk to help your brother through it. So a lot of times, if a kid doesn't have a ride to workouts, they're figuring out how to get a kid to work out. And, that's just a testament of these guys and the senior leadership that we're going to have this year.
I have one question before we let you follow up. Sacs High School is a young high school, meaning I believe that the first graduating class was maybe 1967. It sounds like a long time ago. However, that's not very long. They've had two coaches, Jack Stewart and Bobby Joe Johnson, who are in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. Absolutely. They've had two since then that there's no doubt in Clint Smith, who originated Sacs back to where it needed to be for 7 to 8 years. And now, of course, Jonathan Miller, before he left to go to Piedmont, there's no doubt they'll have 4 in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. Sure. Now, we know your championship background as a player and certainly as a coach, and I see joy on these two young gentlemen's face, but I also know that they've got great character and they're going to do their very best and bring that intensity to the field. But my question is, from a personal standpoint, where do you see yourself and your legacy at Sacs and how you build upon the success that's been there previously?
My personal success goes with these kids. Me looking, 10, 15 years down the road, and they've gotten a degree. They have a family. Ja'Cory, one day, I get a text from him, "Hey, Coach, I want you to come to my wedding one day." Mason, hey, Coach, like, check out my kids. Like, that's where I gauge my success, Me personally, of course, like, coaches want to be in the Hall of Fame and this stuff and that stuff, but man, I just want to make sure that I do something for these kids, and I leave a legacy that they're proud of, and I also leave a legacy for my own kids that's at home watching. They're proud of. I think as a man, like, that's one of the biggest things for me. Living the life I live, and I just want my kids, my family to be proud of me. My wife, and especially these guys. Like, I have a responsibility to them, and I just want to see them do good in life, and that's how I know I've won.
Closing comments.
Again, I just want to say thanks for having us. I think I talked to somebody earlier. This is truly one of the best events I've been a part of, even in coaching in Florida. I've got to say thank you to my wife for allowing me to do the thing I love and coach these kids, and thank you to my own kids for allowing these guys to be their brothers. So thank you to the Sacs family, and we look forward to this season. We're definitely going to be a different team. We're definitely going to have a different mindset, and I'm glad to go through that with these young men.
Sacs Wildcats, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2024 Media Day. Welcome back. We would now like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at Media Day the Alexandria Valley Cubs. Coach Todd Ginn was out of town today, and so we have Coach Will Ginn with us here today. He's going to introduce the two players, and so they are in, let's see, what region are y'all in? Region 4A, Region 6. So last year they were in 5A. This year Alexandria has dropped down to 4A. So Coach Ginn, open it up for your beginning statement.
I got here with me Dean Boxley. He's offensive tackle, defensive tackle for us, senior. In Cleet Forest, he plays cornerback and does all our kicking duties for us. And he's also a senior. You know, these kids, we've had a good off season. I feel like they've worked real hard. and we're going to really rely on these. You know, we don't have a lot of seniors this year. We're still kind of a young team, but our seniors. You know, we're really going to rely on them. You know, as far as you know, getting those young guys ready, and just playing Alexander football like we're used to.
Well, last year in that 5A region Alexander was in last year was pretty tough by itself.
That's right.
And now you've dropped into 4A, and the state didn't do Alexander any favors in this region. So talk about how you feel right now, what the region looks like, and where y'all are going to try to fit in with it.
Yeah, like you said, you know, you think dropping from 5A to 4A, it would benefit you, and overall it probably does. But you know, we're in a heck of a region. You know, and I don't. It's too early to talk about, you know, who's at the top and who's at the bottom and stuff like that. But you know, we're going to try our best to fit in that top four. You know, that's the goal. I think that's these guys. They want to get back in those playoffs. We missed them last year, and you know, we're not used to that. So I think they're hungry, and we're all hungry. So that's the goal to start off with is to get back in that top four.
This question's for Dean. So, Dean, what's your favorite part of practice? I mean, what's your favorite part? Is it the workouts? Is it the running, the hitting? What's your favorite part?
I really enjoy the workouts, but I think my favorite part is the hitting. I think I started football real late, so I didn't get to get a taste of it when I was younger, but I'm really into it right now.
Good deal. And Cleet, you know, you earned that name probably more than anybody, being called Cleet. So aside from all the work that you put in with the team, how much extra do you put in with your kicking duties to, you know, keep that polished up?
A lot. There's a lot more that goes into it than most people realize, but one thing about it is I really enjoy it, and it's not a job to me. It's fun. I love doing it. That's why I do it.
To Will, Dean, and Cleet, how tough was it to go through a year like last year, and what did that do as far as motivating this team forward into this year?
I feel like these guys, you know, we're not, like I said, we're not used to having a season like that. And these guys, I've really been impressed with them this summer. You know, I feel like, you know, they could have, that we got kicked down and they could have, laid down and sulked. But, I feel like it's really motivated them. And they kind of want to come back and redeem themselves. And I think it's, if anything, it's made them hungrier from what I've seen so far.
It's not something we're used to. That wasn't Alexander football. What last year was not. It wasn't Alexander football. I've been a part of this team for a while, and that's not what we're used to. And we got a bad taste in our mouth, and we want to really improve this year.
Question right here, over here on your left, Cleet. I know you play golf. You enjoy that. Pretty doggone good golfer as well. Talk about golf being, you're an individual scorer, but yet you play as a team. It's very, very similar to being a kicker, because a lot of times at the end of a game, even though you got to have a snapper and a line, you feel like it's you that it boils down to, but yet you still play on a team. Do you see that as very similar as golf?
Yes, sir, I do. And not only that, but the mechanics of everything are the exact same, the swing and all that.
Which one do you like the most?
Kicking.
You like kicking? Tell us about since we're talking to you, tell us about your future. What's your aspirations beyond high school?
So this summer, and really in the past summers, I've been visiting a lot of colleges and been in touch with some colleges and picked up a couple offers this summer, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully playing some college football.
Very good. All right, Dean, talk about you being a senior this year. You're in that role now as a leader on the team, where before you've always had guys older than you. Do you feel any extra added pressure now that everybody looks at you to be a leader, or do you wear that with pride?
That kind of how it was last year. I kind of felt like one of the leaders, and I also do wrestling, so I again was one of the older guys on that team. So I've been kind of the leader the past 2 years. So there's not much more added pressure this year.
So, Cleet, I got to ask you this question because a lot of people are dying to know. I used to do the radio, so I would watch you in pregame warm-ups. And just so we can all be clear, what's the record for you so far? How far have you actually kicked and made one so far?
In a game or in practice?
Either one.
Well, in practice, I've made it from 63. In a game, it's 48. Hoping to improve that.
It gets a little tighter in the ball game, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, a little more relaxed at practice. 63, is that all? That's as far as, that's all.
It.
Just 63.
That's all I got right now, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do you a favor, Cleet. I'm going to tell you, when y'all get ready to start running, if you'll just tell Coach Ginn, I'll take it on me. If I can kick it from 60, no running. See what happens.
We'll try that.
Because the kids may love you. Now, if you miss it,
they may hate me.
They're going to hate you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a question for Coach Ginn. The Ginn name synonymous with winning and with Alexandria. I mean, down through the history. And we all know last year, those of us that love this game, high school football, last year was I think Cleet just said it. It wasn't normal. That wasn't Alexandria football, and it was almost gives you a chance to reset and start all over. But having that history at Alexandria, where do you turn to improve on that? What's the first thing you do to kind of reset Alexandria football to get it back to the winning ways?
I'm not sure that you really reset. We just get back to what we've been doing, and that's hard work. There's no substitute for hard work, and I believe that to my core. So that's what we're going to do. That's all I know how to do, is work hard and work these kids hard, and they've done that, and that's what Alexandria football is to me. So that's all we're going to do. We're not going to. I mean, we hadn't come up with any magic, potion or anything to give them, or anything that I think that's special that's going to change things. It's just, hey, let's get back to the grind. Let's get back to hard work. That's what got us here, and that's what we're going to hang our hat on.
All right, this question is for the players. What does it mean to you that Coach Ginn chose y'all to come with Coach Ginn today to represent the school? What does that mean to you, Dean?
Honestly, I was surprised at first. I was just eating dinner, and I get a call, and I was honestly worried I was in trouble for something. So I saw Coach's name pop up. And he said, no, I need you to come Friday media day. And I was honestly shocked, but I felt honored. I felt like I was being seen as one of the leaders and as one of the people he can rely on to show what the team's really made of.
Okay. Clay?
Oh, it's an honor for me. I've been on the team for a while, and I've seen plenty of good leaders and seniors that came through, and I've always wanted to be like them. And I think they've showed me and Dean and our senior class what it means to be a Valley Cub and what it means to be a good leader, and I hope I can be like them.
Cleet, I have to know, how did you get the nickname Cleet, and is there anybody anywhere who calls you Grayson?
Not many people know that's my real name, actually. You'd be surprised. But it's kind of a letdown when I tell you all this. But it came from baseball before football, but it ended up being good. It ended up being real good. My dad gave it to me when I was real little. Yeah.
One final question here from me. Talk about Friday nights in the Valley and putting that A on. And what's your favorite part for the two players, Dean and Cleet? Is it running through the banner when the band's playing, or when they tee it up and you kick the first kick? Sometimes you kick off. If you win the toss, you kick and defer or whatever. Or is it in the locker room after the game, when you've won a big game against a quality opponent and everybody's smiling? What's your favorite part of Friday night?
It's really special to me. If I had to pick one thing, there's not really one certain thing that I like more than others, but my favorite thing is coming out in pregame, and I'm out there an hour and a half, 2 hours before the game, and I get to see everybody come in. And most of the time I'm by the fence, and I get to talk to people that I've known my whole life, and everybody feels like family out there to me. And then I'd say one other thing is, we go in the locker room after warm-ups and we come back out and you see the stadium's filled up,
and you say orange and black everywhere, and everybody's eating Valley dogs. But yeah, it's just one big family to me, and that's what I enjoy about it.
Dean, what's special to you that stands out?
I think that that first offensive play, it like sets the tone for the night and how it's going to go. I think that's my favorite part of Friday night. Just seeing how the other team's going to react to how we start off, and I hope that we can start off good this year.
Coach, what's your favorite part?
As a player, I think it was just kind of like what Cleet hit on. You go, the stands are about half full when you go in for warm-ups, and then about that 15-minute period you got in there, when you come back out, they're always packed out. And just when you first walk out and it's starting to get dark, and that's just, that's as a player, that was my favorite time. Probably as a coach too. And kind of like what Dean said, as a player too, when at first, butterflies, if you've ever played football, you've got those butterflies until that first play and you first get popped, and then you can start playing the game, So both of those, I can relate to both of those.
Question right here.
Yeah, Coach, talk a little bit about the region. I mean, obviously jumping down to 4A, you guys are going to see some people that you haven't seen in a while, or maybe ever haven't seen ever. I know we have you penciled in for coming out for the Etowah game. Alexandria and Etowah, that's a couple of blue bloods of high school football.
Oh yeah, it's a tough, stacked region, but the one thing I like about it is we're getting back to playing some of these guys like you talk about, like Etowah, and a lot of these close teams that we were kind of in rivals with when I was playing and when I was growing up watching Alexandria football. So I'm excited about that. I know the fans, kind of the region we were in. Sometimes you go play some of those Birmingham schools. Well, they come to you, they don't bring many fans, and you go to them, your fans aren't quite as. But I know all these games in our region, man, it's going to be a packed house every night, and I'm excited for these guys to play in front of that.
Well, Coach, give us kind of wrap it up, a few comments about the program, and we'll get y'all through here. Tell me about it.
It's got a lot to do. It's going to have a lot to do with these guys right here to my right and left. They're big leaders on our team, and there's some other seniors. We got a handful of seniors that go along with them that it's going to depend a lot on them. And we're going to have to play some young guys, but these guys are really going to have to lead us and on and off the field. And they've done that this summer. They've worked really hard, and they've been good leaders, but they're also going to have to do it with how they play Friday night. So that's going to play a big part. And just how quick, we were a young team last year, and I think there's nothing you can do to, exchange for experience. And I think that's just going to help us. That's going to help us. And I think you'll see us this year as the year goes on. I think you'll see us each game get better and better as the weeks go by, because that's what younger kids, do. They get better with every game, and I think you're going to see that. And these guys have got to really tote the water till those young guys can catch up to speed. So we're really going to be relying on our leadership.
Well, Coach, thank you very much for a great session. Good luck on the season, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Next up on the stage will be the Jacksonville Golden Eagles.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at BamaSheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hoax Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
We now would like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Jacksonville Golden Eagles. Jacksonville competes in 5A Region 6. The head coach of the Golden Eagles is Clint Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him senior offensive lineman Braden Ball and senior offensive lineman Drake Lee. Coach Smith, we're going to turn it over to you for opening comments.
Well, once again, I appreciate you guys having us here again this year. It's that time of year, and we're really excited to get started. These two guys right here are seniors for us, Braden Ball, offensive lineman, and Drake Lee, another offensive lineman. Both these guys have been with our program for a long time, and we're going to be leaning heavily on them this year to provide the leadership, with the guys. And so we appreciate y'all having us. We're excited to get going.
First question right here, coach and players. Obviously, this is a reclassification year, moving up, and so tell us a little bit about that whole process and the day it came out and everything. Talk about how things are looking.
Well, every year you speculate, kind of where you think you might be, and you never really truly know. 2 years ago when they redid it, we knew we were pretty close. At that time, we didn't know if we would be moving up then or not, and we didn't. But felt like we had a better chance of getting to 5A this year, and of course we did. Our junior class and our sophomore class is pretty good sized classes, and so we definitely knew that was a possibility. It's going to create some new challenges for us. You get into 5A and you start looking at a numbers game in a lot of ways with the amount of players and the amount of talent, things like that. But I really think over the past really 6-8 years, being in the 4A region that we've been in, I think that's prepared us, playing the teams that we've played non-region, and also being in 4A South, the past several years, playing Montgomery Catholic, Bibb County, and some of those guys. And so, the 4A region we were in and in the playoffs in 4A South was extremely tough, and I think that will help prepare our kids as far as for the talent level and things that we'll see this year. It's a tough region. We've got some really good region teams in there, but at the same time, it's exciting. We get to play new teams, get to go new places that we haven't been. The downside to it really is, we lost a lot of our natural rivals, teams 15, 20 minutes from us that we've played for years. We lost a lot of those because of it. We were able to keep Alexandria, able to keep Anniston, two of our biggest rivals on our schedule, non-region, so that worked out well. But we'll see. It's going to be tough regardless of what classification is that you're in this part of the state and in this county. A lot of good football teams, a lot of good football coaches.
Clint, obvious question. Who are the new places and now new faces at quarterback and wide receiver? And tell me about those guys.
Well, we lost some really good players, and everybody likes to talk about the offensive side. We lost Jim, Kedrick, Monte, some of our receivers, but we also lost our 3 starting linebackers. We lost some guys on the defensive side of the ball, and just like every year, you lose kids to graduation, and but we've got a lot of really good players coming back. These 2 guys right here, and our offensive line is back from last year. Running backs back. So we have, some guys on the back end of our defense, our corners and things like that are back with a lot of experience and a lot of really good players. It runs in cycles. Every year you have to replace. They asked the same question several years ago when Ron Wiggins graduated. Who replaces Ron? Well, Ron graduated. J. Taj Morris stepped in, rushed for over 1,000 yards. G. Turner rushed for over 1,000 yards after him. Zay rushed for over 1,000 last year. And so the exciting thing is now it's somebody else's opportunity to be that next guy. And, as a coach and as a player, it's their time to step up and take that opportunity. And we do have a lot of youth in a lot of places, but, we got these guys back and some guys coming back that's really going to help us. So it'll be fun to see who that next guy is and who steps up, to be the man.
Clint, you kind of mentioned this just a little bit earlier, but I'll bring it more to the forefront. Everybody that I know that talks about high school football in Alabama says the jump from 4A to 5A is the toughest of any of the classifications. Can you address that a little bit and how you might have to look at things differently to make that adjustment to get through a long season at 5A?
Well, ask me at the end of the season, I can probably tell you a little better. But, like I said, we've played really good competition. We've been in tough areas, tough regions, great non-region schedule. 5A, the past several years we've tried to, I guess, what people call 2 platoon as much as you can. But we always had guys that had to go both ways. This year I think we're going to be a little closer to being able to do that. Hopefully, that will give us, shots in the fourth quarter and second half. When you're playing those teams that are dressing 90 to 100 players, that's running offense, a defense, and every special team. We're going to go into this and we're going to do what we do, and we're going to do things the way we've always done it. And like I said, hopefully, the path that we've been over the past several years will prepare us for what we're moving into now.
I got a question for Braden and Drake. What does it mean to you guys that Coach Smith picked y'all today to come speak with us, and how does it feel to be representing Jacksonville?
It feels pretty good. Personally, I love to represent my school and my community and to put on for the community.
I think it's been a wonderful thing to work so hard, and then him, you have trust in your coach to believe in you, and he bring you here today. It means a lot.
Drake, how much pressure does it put on you as a defensive lineman that the guys that you used to have in that linebacker are gone? Do you feel a sense that you and the other defensive linemen have got to be better and stronger to help the guys that are going to be the linebackers this year?
Joe, they're on the offensive side. They're offensive linemen.
Both of them offensive line? Okay,
yep.
I'm sorry. I'll ask both of you, how much better can y'all be after a year together?
I definitely think there's a lot of room for improvement, of course, like for anything in life. And, every day we're going to strive to get better and keep on working. So,
I think we're a more tight-knit group now that we've experienced a year of play together. I think that's going to help us moving forward for this next upcoming season.
One thing I like about these guys is, and one thing I say about our offensive line is number one, they love each other and they play for each other, and they fuss and fight like brothers a lot of times. But one thing I can say about them is they are competitors, and they love to compete, and they work really well together. As the year went on last year, just the consistency and the camaraderie between them really showed on the field, and it's the same way in the weight room with them. It's the same way in the school. They're a very tight knit group, and And I think you have to be as an offensive lineman because you do depend on each other in order to be successful, and they've really bought into that.
I'll take Joe's question and turn it around. With the quarterback you've had the last 3 years, now you got somebody stepping in. You know, he's moved on. There was some comfort behind you. You knew that he had the ability to make some plays. Do you feel that added pressure to you now as a line to be able to play even harder, to give whoever that new quarterback is a little bit more time to adapt and learn?
Yes, sir. You know, it's important to keep his spirits up. You know, lift him up, and of course protect him. And you know, we're going to do that to the best of our abilities, and you know, play our hardest for him, no matter who's back there.
I agree. Like, it's just about trust. You know, I trust that guy. You know, him and a lot of other people have coached him up and made him be able to make plays. So whoever's back there, our job is just to protect him. And I trust that person back there, whoever it may end up being, is going to make a play.
Drake, what's your size? How big are you?
I'm 6'3.5", 288 pounds.
Over the last year, have you seen coaches for you over the last year? Have you seen a big wave? He's developed physically, and maybe, you know, a lot of us have that we used to call baby fat or whatever, but you hit that 11th, 12th grade year, a lot of that falls off and he becomes chiseled. Have you seen that in Drake?
I've seen it, you know, in our team. You know, Coach Owens, our strength conditioning coach, and he's done a really good job with the guys in the weight room, and they've continued to get bigger and stronger. Both these guys, you know, are weight room warriors. They work really hard, you know, really strong, and really put everything that these guys do. They put everything into it, and that's what we talk about, you know, of creating that culture of being there for each other. And both these guys have really grown up physically and mentally over the past several years to where they are now.
Over the last year, we've seen major renovations at the stadium. The community of Jacksonville just seems to really be as one when it comes to supporting your football team. For you, Coach, and the players, what's it feel like to know that you're part of a close-knit bond when you step out there with that Jacksonville or the Ville or whatever you got on your jersey? Talk about the pride that comes with that.
Well, I think you know, I think we've created a culture of winning. I think we've created a culture of relationships, you know, within the team, within the community. Our administration's, you know, been great, and our fans have been great. You know, every time we go on the road, we have just as many fans as the home team. And so our parents, our booster club, everybody that goes into that to make a season successful, and it takes so many people. You know, it's just, they're loud. Our band and cheerleaders do an awesome job. They work extremely hard. And so it's just a fun environment. Friday nights in Jacksonville are awesome. You know, the new stadium, you know, that added a lot to it. But it was that way before the new stadium. And so, you know, just good people, you know, good kids. I've got outstanding coaches that have been with me for a long time and just have bought into what we do. And like I said, that's what it's about, is creating that community and those relationships, and just the pride that we have when we put these jerseys on. And, you know, you hear people talk about it, but these guys play for the name on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back.
Coach, I got a question for you. Obviously, you expect a lot out of Braden and Drake, but are there some other guys that you can name that you're hoping to have a big season and make a big impact for you guys?
Yeah, you know, we've got the rest of our offensive line that's coming back. Ben Pridgeon, DeAndre Sigler, Garrick Strain, Jackson Wade comes in and plays like those guys. Those guys all those guys are back, and you know, we're expecting those guys to kind of help lead some of these younger guys and these little more, you know, inexperienced players. You know, coming back, Zay English is back at running back for us. Defensively, Tyshawn Cameron, T.J. Wilson, you know, those guys are coming back from last year. And then, like I said, we got a lot of 10th graders. We got a really big 10th grade class that's coming up, and a big junior class. And so some of those guys, you know, are working, you know, at quarterback. You know, Matthew Salmon, Jackson Bonner, both those guys are working really hard, competing. And And so just going into the season, I like our team. I like the character of them. I like the locker room. We've got a really good locker room sense about us, and they're a fun group. They allow me to have fun with them, and they have fun. And to me, as you do this longer and the older you get, you realize what's really important and what wins games and what doesn't. There's fads that come and go, but when you get down to the bottom of it, we've got great kids, we got a great community, we got great coaches, and it's about relationships, and it's about going out there and playing for each other.
You mentioned having fun. This is for the two players. What's one thing that Coach Smith allows y'all to do that lets y'all have fun, and what's the line that he won't let you cross that he says, no, we're not going to do that?
I think one of the most fun things with Coach Smith is his constant dad jokes. In the weight room, on the football field, he always has a dad joke.
Do you, out of courtesy, do you laugh at it whether it's funny or not?
The good majority of them.
He thinks every one of them's funny. He laughs at all of them.
Drake, tell us when you know Coach is serious. I mean, how can you tell either his body language or what he says whenever? What does he do to where you say, okay, this is serious business?
I don't know if he knows he does it, but he has this look about him, like when he's being really serious. It's like when I see it, I'm like, okay, I need to focus, pay attention to more to what I'm doing, things like that.
And I think that's, this is high school football. Kids play football because it's fun. That's the root of it. They enjoy going out there and playing. They enjoy going out there and compete. And we work hard. We work real hard. But we have a good time while we do it. And I think the guys enjoy that. I think our coaches enjoy that. And like I said, it goes back to culture. It goes back to enjoying going to work every day, enjoying, practice isn't easy. So football's not easy. And I think we try. I think we do a really good job of keeping that balance.
I was up there in person in your final playoff game last year, and was it Montgomery Academy?
Montgomery Catholic.
Montgomery Catholic, and their quarterback had committed to the same place that our
Troy.
To Troy, and I remember leaving late, and any of us that played high school ball, you hate to leave that field when you know it's the last time. Talk about that group of seniors for just a moment that you had last year, especially those three linebackers. They were the last three to leave the field, because they knew when they take the uniform off, some of them never put it on again. And that's just the reality, and that's one of the cold, hard facts of high school sports is there comes a day when you play your last game. It's tough as a coach, isn't it?
It is. It doesn't get any easier. To me, that's one of the toughest nights of the year is when you know that some of them have played their last one. We have some guys that go on and play at the next level, but the majority of kids, when that last high school football game's over, it's over. Last year's senior class, just watching, we're to the point now, this year's year 13, we've watched kids come up through elementary school. We've watched them come through our junior high program and into our varsity program. And most of our kids that are on our team, they go through our entire program. They were in junior high and our youth league, junior high, varsity. And when you're around those guys every day for years and you just watch them grow, there's something special about that. And last year's group was a special group. I had a great relationship with all those guys. And it is tough. Those three linebackers did everything together, and just the relationship and the closeness. But as a coach, one of the most rewarding things, and it's happened so many times over the past few years, is when you're sitting there in your office and somebody walks through your door that played for you 10 years ago, or 5 years ago. I had a player this year. We were getting ready to go out for pregame warm-ups, and he walks in pushing a baby stroller. And he was like, Coach, I just wanted you to meet my son. He was just born, not too long ago. And, I mean, man, it was, I was like, you guys, y'all going out there to pregame, I'm going to sit here and talk for a minute. And just that's when you're making some type of influence, some type of, impact on people is, and I tell them when they leave, I tell all our seniors, you know, you are always welcome here. You come by anytime you can. You don't have to call. You don't have to do anything. And just seeing those guys come back tells me that, number one, it meant something to them, and number two, they learned a little something from it. And so those are the type things as a coach that is, you know, just by far over and beyond everything else is those relationships. And, you know, these guys, when they play their last one, I'm going to miss them just like I miss all of them. And, you know, I hope they come back and just, you know, seeing them be successful, seeing them raise a family, seeing them do those things that, you know, you just have to kind of sit back and go, you know, at the time you may have guys that okay, I don't know if they're getting it or not. But, you know, 5-10 years down the road and they got a good job and they got a family and they're a successful citizen, you know that, you know, they got it.
Coach, we're out of time for this segment. If you will, give us your final thoughts.
Well, you know, a lot of new things for us this year. Going to 5A, we're excited about it. You know, we're going to attack it, and we start practice on Monday. We're excited about that, and you know, I know these guys are going to give it everything they got. They're going to represent Jacksonville and the community well, and proud to be their coach, and just love all of them to death. But you know, hopefully it'll go well.
Very well, Jacksonville Golden Eagles. Good luck on the season. Coming up next on the stage, the Donahoe Falcons.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. As we continue with the Calhoun County Quarterback Club's 2024 High School Football Media Day. Again, we want to thank Cooper Chevrolet for stepping up really and being our stage sponsor last year and this year in a big way. And as all of our sponsors, we could not make this happen without them providing the funds so that we can have the stage the food that we provide, the lunch for all the players and the coaches and the media and everything that goes into it. So thank you to those sponsors. And we now would like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2024 High School Football Media Day, the Donahoe Falcons. Donahoe competes in 1A Region 6. The head coach of the Falcons is Bill Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him senior offensive tackle Beef Johnson, Braden Beef Johnson, and senior quarterback Kai Kleckler. Coach Smith, we will start with your opening comments, sir. Welcome.
All right. Thanks for having me. I'm starting my 33rd year to coach, and I can't believe I'm saying that. It seems just like yesterday. It was 1992, and I was hired as a strength coach. But I think this is 16th year as being a head coach at several different stops, and as coaches know the famous term double dipping, I'm grateful that I made it to this point, and so I've finished public school, and I'm with Donahoe, and I'm so grateful for Mr. Noon, the head of school at Donahoe, and Steve Gendron for offering me the job as head football coach, and I just couldn't be happier.
You know, to be at the point in your life to where you can, have that state retirement but still do what you enjoy doing. It's obvious that you were born to coach. Talk about how this second season or fourth quarter of your coaching career, how is it different at a private school versus a public school?
Well, really for the first, all 16 years of my coaching career as a head coach have been at high poverty schools. And so I've been the head coach at Crossville. I started out there. They don't have varsity football.
Pull the mic in a little bit closer so everybody can hear you.
I got you.
There you go.
I started out at Crossville and loved my time there. But 6-4 season, 2010 is the last winning season that they've had. Loved the town, loved the kids. Go to Shades Valley, another high poverty school. I loved my time there. Didn't know anything about East Alabama until I left Shades Valley and came to Munford. Mm-hmm. And so got to know East Alabama football and loved my time at Munford. And so from there I went to Fayette for a year. I was at Huffman for 2 seasons. I've been at Talladega the last 2 seasons. And quite frankly, those are 2 of the tougher jobs in the state between Huffman and Talladega. And so that's an interesting question, talking about the difference now in the fourth quarter of my coaching career. And it was on purpose in my life to be at high poverty schools, high need schools. I believe that's where God had put me. And so now that I've been able to retire, I'm going to be working with Coach Yeager at Mountain Brook told me one time when I was at Shades Valley, every school has its own unique set of problems. Mm-hmm. They're just different depending on where you are. He said, my problems at Mountain Brook are different than your problems at Shades Valley. And so, but I love the kids here. I'm going to be working with kids that are going to be movers and shakers of culture and in the upcoming years in this generation.
Talk about the 2 specifically, why you chose them to come with you today.
Okay. I have only 6 seniors, but I only had 5 seniors last year at Talladega, 4A. But we've got 6 seniors. I could have chosen any 2 of the 6 to come, and they would have been excellent choices. But as a coaching staff, we chose Kai Kleckler right here to my right. He's going to be playing quarterback for us. Also going to have to play some safety or nickelback for us on defense. He played last year. I don't think he had played much football before last year.
Yes, sir.
And so he got baptized by fire last year when they put him in at quarterback, and so he did well. I watched him on film. He's progressed really well this summer, and so I'm looking for him to have a fine senior season. Throws the ball well. He runs well enough to be a dual threat as well. So, and that's a play caller's dream to have that kind of quarterback, and with the leadership that he has, and a very intelligent quarterback. And so Brady Beef Johnson over here, I'd forgotten that his real name is Brady, And so he's been beef to me the 4 months that I've been at Donahoe as the head coach. And Beef is going to start at left tackle for us on offense. He's also going to play some defensive tackle, some defensive end, but he can run. And so he can still put on another 25, 40 pounds, which I wouldn't be mad at that if that happened. But he can run. And so Dr. Fred Hatfield, the first human to squat 1,000 pounds years ago, said in all the world of sport, speed is king. So if I can have size or speed or this or that, I'm going to choose speed all day long. So, but both of them are outstanding young men. I think they can both play at the next level. I mean, I was surprised when I first met my seniors that with shoes on, I'm 6 feet tall and they all tower over me. So I'm not used to 6'3", 6'5" guys. So, but it's a good problem to have.
Question?
Yeah, I got a question for Kai and Braden. Now that y'all are seniors, does that add any additional pressure? I know there's pressure in every season, but with y'all being seniors and all the other guys wanting y'all to lead them, does that add any pressure to you guys for this season?
100%. It puts a lot of weight on your shoulders. You got to carry the little kids, make sure they know that they're next up, and show them the steps to take in order to get better and all just grow as a man.
Definitely, because it's just a new level. I mean, in the past we've all had lead because of how small Donahoe is, but now it's just everybody's on us, everybody's relying on us, and we're definitely ready for it. So,
you mentioned something in 1A football. A lot of times you'll have a senior playing right next to a 8th grader, maybe.
That's right.
Sometimes 7th grade, but you got 8th, and it's very common to have 8th and 9th graders stressed out starting in 1A football, and that's a big age group. How do you two seniors handle that situation when you got a guy you feel like he's trying the best he can, but he just really hadn't got to that maturity that you're at? How do you handle that?
Just let him grow. Let him know that he's going to grow into it eventually. It's not going to happen this year. It could happen this year, but more than likely you're going to grow into it and get better every single year that goes on.
Definitely. I had a situation my 10th grade year. We were going against Pleasant Valley, and our left guard, he was a senior, towards ACL, and we had a 7th grader that had to start. And I hyped him up, ready for the game, and I told him, I was like, look, I know you're going to do your best, but there's only so much you can do, and you're going to grow into that. You're going to grow into those factors that we're going to need in the future. All you're getting right now is just experience. And I think that's one thing Donna has is a lot of experience from younger kids. So,
at what grade level were you two when you started getting significant playing time at Donahoe?
I was in 8th grade.
Last year, my junior year.
Okay. Yes, sir. Question.
Yeah,
right here.
Bill, a couple for you. Your background is pretty much at larger schools. I don't think you've ever coached at a school as small as Donahoe with those kind of 1A numbers. How do you have to approach things differently than maybe what you're used to with bigger numbers out of bigger schools?
Well, it's I'm going to be coaching offensive line and quarterbacks this year, so that's not normally done, but that's just I have 3 assistant coaches, but they all have day jobs, and so we've had to work our summer workouts around them. So some of those are things they wanted to have summer workouts in the mornings, but then when I mentioned that to my coaches, I was going to be by myself with them because they all got jobs, and so Talladega helped me get ready for that because we started about 8 or 9 9th graders last year, and we started several 8th graders over the past couple of years. So, Daniel Story is one of our 7th graders. He may very well start for us on defense this year. So, I've coached almost every position on the field in the last 32, 33 years, and so obviously that helps because we all have to pitch in and help. I was able to hire Marshall Clark, who was a standout player for me at Munford, and he did a great job. He started 3 years at Jacksonville State, and now he's working, and so he's going to be really kind of over our defense. Denzel Roberts, I retained him from the previous staff, and also Carl Harris, and they have a great rapport with the kids. They're really good in the weight room. They're really good with agilities and speed, and so I'm very fortunate to have those guys. But there are a lot of adjustments. But the first time I walked the hallways, the first time I interviewed at Donahoe, so I come in. It was during school hours, and a young lady. Here I am coming in with a briefcase, and a young lady is starting to go into the front door, and she sees me walking, and she opens the door for me. And I said, "No, young lady, you first." And she said, "Oh, no." And so she held the door open for me. So just seeing the hallways, how peaceful it is, it's just an outstanding school, and I'm very fortunate to be there.
On to my second question. When you were at Munford, it seemed like offense was really your thing. You guys were really good at moving the ball down the field and scoring a lot of points. In 1A ball, if you can get one or two kids to click on offense, you can go a long way. Talk about how things are progressing at Donahoe and how much that's needed to turn this season around from the way things have been.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was very fortunate at Munford to be able to put together just a really top-notch 4A coaching staff that I'd put them up against any 6A, 7A state staff in the state. But you get my eyes, a gleam in my eye when we talk about offense and scoring points, and that's what I did for so long. And from 2000 to just several years, I was offensive coordinator from Russellville, South Georgia, and different places. And but nowadays, as I've gone to interviews, as I've grown as a person, as a coach, and they ask me, "What kind of offense do you run?" In the last 5 years, a couple of interviews I've been to, I preface that by saying, "What kind of kids do you have?" And so, I can only run an offense around the talent that I have. And so when I first started running spread offense in 2000 at Russellville, Hoover and Homewood were really the only teams in the state in 1999 that were spread teams. We're going to throw the ball 30 times a game. And so for those 4 years I was at Russellville, it was pretty easy to score points. Now, we had athletes for sure. Then I go to South Georgia in 2004, 5, and 6, and everybody in South Georgia was split back veer, wing T, or pro I, and nobody was spread. And we led the state of Georgia in all classifications my second year there. However, since almost everybody now is running some type of spread, I've thought about going back to running a wing T or following Coach Benefield at Fife and doing an old school offense like that. But that being said, at the 1A, 2A level, there's still a lot of old school football going on and run the ball first. So, but I do have our wide receivers are tall and they can run. And so I may be back to my old roots of throwing the ball 30 or 40 times a game. So Kai's going to have a lot of pressure on him. And so, but he's got some guys to throw to, and our offensive line, besides my two seniors on the ends, Cash Worley and Beef, and Cash is about Beef size. Cash is 6'3.5", about 205, and he can run. So my tackles can move, and they're tall. My interior guys are a little smaller, so we're gonna have to spread the ball out and do some stuff that I cut my teeth on back in 2000.
We got time for a couple more questions.
I got one for Kai and Braden. I know you start every game with the mentality you want to beat them by as many points as you can, but is there, as you look at your schedule, is there any games on there that you're like, I can't wait for that game, or we better win that game?
Every single one.
That's a good answer.
It's definitely a week-by-week thing. I'm really excited for the Victory Christian game. It's going to be at home. I'm ready to see how we do against Ohatchee because they're a bigger school. And I'm definitely see what we want to do against Wadley. So
It was good answers. I was hoping they were going to say Galesville because it's the first one, but but those are good answers.
Well, Coach, out of all the schedule, which one are you most looking forward to? Galesville.
The first one.
There you go.
The first one is going to be my first game there as a head coach, and I couldn't believe the stat. I think I'm the only first-year guy this year in the county.
Okay.
I think that's right. And I was told that.
Yeah.
And so, in this culture, that's truly unbelievable.
Would you say at this point, leading up, of course, practice starts this week and all that, would you, your limited knowledge, would you say the offense or the defense is kind of ahead of the other right now going into the fall camp, getting ready for the season?
I'm really excited about our defense. I really am.
From an offensive-minded coach, that's.
Believe me, the years I was offensive coordinator, I wanted to break records. If we won a game 17-13, I was disappointed.
Like a loss almost.
My weekend was crushed. and so, hey, as a head coach, 17-13 W, I'll take it. And I'm not saying anything that's going to help our opponents. They know this. We struggled to run the ball last year, and we struggled to stop the run. And that's the two things that we struggle the most with. I think we're going to be better at both, but I really think we're going to be better at stopping the run. And so.
Okay, good answer. Well, we're about out of time. One final quick question for the players. What's the best part of Football Fridays? In your mind, in your experience, what's the best part of the day? Is it waking up, the pep rally, the anticipation, running through the banner, locker room after a win? What's the best part of Football Fridays, Beef?
It's definitely how we've worked all week for this one game, and everybody's focused on us. Everybody's ready for this game. Everybody's excited. My favorite part is probably going to prayer breakfast in the morning. I don't know why, but it's like the best feeling in the world. The weather's perfect every single Friday. And it's an amazing experience. It's an experience that changes our lives, and I really love football about it. So,
definitely the pregame warm-ups, because you're sitting there, the music's playing, you got good energy going all around, coaches hyping you up, players hyping you up. It's just a good feeling all around.
Good answers. All right, we'll end it with this. Coach, welcome to Calhoun County. Those of us that love football have followed you for years, especially when you got to Mumford. You were right here in our neighborhood, so we followed your career. But if you will, just give us your closing comments.
Well, I just, it seems like the summer was long, and it seems like it was short at the same time. But here we are, and it's ready to go again. My mentor texted me while I was in there, and I said, I'll call you on the way home. I said, I'm at Media Days for the 16th year in a row as a head coach, and I'm very excited about that. I'm very blessed. God has blessed me. Sometimes some things have seemed to be bad, but God has turned them around, and I'm so excited for this, as you called it, fourth quarter of my coaching career.
Well, we wish you all the luck. We support the Donahoe Falcons here at the Quarterback Club as we do all the schools. So good luck this year, and we'll see you back during the season. We'll have you back for one of our meetings on a Monday night, and you can bring the player of your choice.
Outstanding.
Donahoe Falcons, ladies and gentlemen, 1A Region 6. We wish them the best. Coming up next on the stage, Jacksonville Christian Academy.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
Than we've ever worked, and they've done a good job getting through that, but now it's time to get back on the field, so we're excited about that.
Got a question back here in the back, Coach. Good to have you again this year. You know, every school has their strengths and weaknesses. What do you see with this team is going to be a strength and what may be a weakness?
Hopefully the strengths will be the fact that we learned a lot of things last year, got some more experience, and we learned how to win with this group. And, of course, we had a good passing game and a good running game. And we got to fill in on our line some places. These two guys we're hoping is going to be able to do that. But Noah's going to be a year better, and the Jesse Ganaway that was just mentioned is our number one receiver. And Jesse's about 6'3", got really good speed and good hands, and so we're looking forward to that combination right there. Especially that's going to be a strength. Weakness, we got some places on defense that we've got to find people to fill in from people we lost. And then we lost Travis Barnhill on offense, who was a really good football player. We've got to find somebody to fill in for him. Right now, I don't know if that's a weakness or not. Depends on how well we can replace him.
For Ethan and Preston, talk a little bit about what your thoughts were when Coach said, "I'd like for you to join me at Calhoun County Media Day." What was your first reaction to that, Ethan?
Well, whenever I first started, I started out as a manager, and I told him that I might play for him next year. And whenever I get invited to events like these, I'm honored to be on his team, and I'm glad I accepted that.
It was an honor because I was here last year, and it was an honor getting to come back after all the hard work this summer. Just getting an invitation back here, it was awesome.
How many do you have on the roster this year?
18, I believe, is what we've got on the roster right now. So that may be one up or one down, but it's around 18.
Talk a little bit about travel. We've got Jacksonville now in the county is 5A, Oxford is 6A. You look at their schedules and their region opponents, sometimes an hour and a half away. People don't really understand travel till they talk 8-man football. Talk about, who are some of your opponents year in and year out?
Well, we go to Mississippi every year. There's two schools right across the line there in Mississippi that are very good. One of the team that's won it 7 years in a row is just across the line there. So we have to go there, which is a long way. I guess the most stress that I felt last year is we were headed to Russell, and we got to Lincoln to get gas in that bus, and the bus wouldn't crank. And that's a long way to go when you don't know how you're going to get there. But that's a lot of travel there. We got to go to Tuscaloosa. We got to go down to Wetumpka and play this year. So, and Plainview. We go up around Plainview, play Cornerstone up there. So those are some longer games. We're glad to be able to have Clay County. It's closer, and Tabernacles right there in Birmingham. That's not too bad. But those other schools, it is a lot of travel.
Tommy, Noah, what kind of off season has he had, and what does Noah a year older look like?
He's had a pretty good off season. Noah works a lot, and he's been going a lot. We've had some schools call and come by and ask us to get him to them this summer, and he's been out to TCU and Clemson, Auburn, Alabama, and Southern Mississippi, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss. So he's been busy that way, but he has kept up with his workouts, weightlifting and everything. So he's had a good off season.
Coach, what is the I know with the AHSAA, if they didn't have a spring, they can actually start practice this coming Monday. What is your season seemed like last year started before.
We're scheduled for the 16th of August.
Is your first game?
We're supposed to play Meadowview out of Selma the 16th of August.
So you've already started practice?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it that. I guess you could. We had a little 2-day camp, but we really hadn't started. We start Monday. We probably have, out of that 18, we've probably got about 8 or 10 of them on over in Birmingham at that youth camp, youth worship service. So that was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So we really couldn't get started until this Monday.
For those that have never been to an 8-man game, what's one or two main differences, 8-man versus 11-man, that you would see on a Friday night at Pleasant Valley or Jacksonville High School versus JCA?
I've done a lot of both of them.
Right.
And I can't really, the numbers do not matter. And that's because of the amount of people you're going to have on the team. You may have a guy running fullback. He's got to go up there and block the next series. So the numbers that they wear doesn't matter in 8-man. Other than that, I've had people come to games and say they didn't know we were playing 8-man until halftime when somebody told them. If you're, when out there, they're blocking, tackling, kicking, throwing, whatever, catching, is all going to be the same. Fundamentals the same, and a lot of your offensive defensive strategy is the same, but you do have to alter it a little bit.
Ethan, you and Preston, if you would share with me what you feel like the greatest attributes and characteristics of your team for this year will be.
Well, since last year, we've improved a lot, and especially our quarterback, Jesse Ganaway, they're going to be real weapons for us this next upcoming season. So we're hoping they can pull through, and especially some of the new guys too, because we all got to get breathers every now and then, right? So since we don't have that many on the team, we are going to have some of those new guys going for us, and we're just hoping they can fill in the spots.
Everybody has improved a lot. The younger guys have, I have, everybody on our team has, and we're really looking forward to going into this season with all the people that's improved. And we got great wide receivers, great quarterback. We're getting our line ready, and we got a really good running back, fullback. So we're looking forward to it.
Preston, I remember last year Coach bringing you. What is it much different this year as far as the nerves as it was last year coming to media day?
No, sir. It's not really nerves. I don't really get nervous whenever speaking in front of people. But it's an honor to be back, that's for sure.
You two players may not realize that you playing for a legendary coach here in Calhoun County. That just comes with age, I guess, don't it, Coach? But there'll come a day where he hangs it up, and then you can say, yeah, I played for Coach Miller, and I'm proud of that. Ethan, Preston, both, what's one thing about Coach Miller that's consistent that you can always depend on?
Well, he doesn't quit. No matter what, he is still an amazing coach and pastor and principal at our school, and he puts the fear of God in people, especially at school. And if you mess up, he'll help you through it.
Like Ethan said, he just doesn't quit. He's an amazing coach, an amazing mentor to all of us. He's a principal too, and he'll straighten you up when you get out of line, I guarantee you. But just an amazing coach, an amazing mentor, and he's like family to us.
Coach, what's the best attributes to those players to your left and right?
Well, they stuck with it. When they first came out, as young as they were, that's like anywhere else. Of course, our 7th graders are on the varsity. Our 8th graders are on the varsity. And when they first got started, they were in a tough situation, and they stuck it out and made it through that and have improved, continued to improve. And they worked very hard. These two worked very hard. They had to learn to do that, but their work ethic the last year or two has really impressed me.
Coach, we was when Jeff Smith from Wellborn was up just a few minutes ago. In my mind, I was going through all the deans of the coaches in Calhoun County, and I can't think of anybody in the area that's coached as longevity as you have. How many years does this make for you this year?
I can't remember if it was 10 or 11 years in the public school system I coached, and I've been at JCA 38 years. So that, whatever that adds up to be, it has been a long time. I honestly thought I was going to retire at 55, but I forgot to ask the Lord about that. It didn't work out that way. But I'm still going. I still enjoy going on the field. Now I'll tell you, it's this body doesn't hold up like it used to. There's a lot of things there, but as long as it will keep going, I guess I'll keep going.
Coach, before you do your closing comments, I think you do. I think you represent all the coaches in all the sports in an extraordinary manner. Character, strong will to do what's right each and every day, and your kids exemplify that in any sport that I've been around and observed you coaching and teaching. So we're lucky to have you, and most importantly, these young fellows are lucky to have you as well. If you would just give us some closing comments on how you feel about the media day and most importantly the season.
Thank you for those comments there. I think Media Day was a great idea. Whoever come up with that, and y'all do a great job the way you put it on and everything. And these, it gives these kids an opportunity to see you see the SEC Media Days and those kind of things, and everybody knows about that, and they get a chance to kind of be a part of something like that, and I think it's good. I think people now look forward to this too, just watching the Media Days. We're glad to be able to be a part of it. It sets the tone kind of for getting the excitement of the year started, getting people excited about what's coming up here in a few weeks. So I really appreciate the fact that you're doing this, and I appreciate the fact that we're invited.
Folks, Jacksonville Christian Academy Thunder, thank you so much and good luck.
Next up on
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Looking to transform your outdoor space? Look no further than Bama Sheds. As a family-owned and operated business, we understand your needs. That's why we offer no credit check, rent-to-own options. Enjoy free delivery and setup within 35 miles of our 4 convenient locations. Whether you need a shed, pole barn, garage, or carport, we've got you covered. Visit our website at bamasheds.com or call 256-268-8484. Bama Sheds, where quality meets affordability and your outdoor dreams become reality.
At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, we see our community as extended family.
Hello, I'm Mark Box. My wife Holly and I would like to thank the families that we have had the honor to serve. We see our community as our extended family. That's why we work so hard to invest in our community and the families that call it home. At Glencoe Hopes Bluff Funeral Home and Anniston Memorial Funeral Home, you'll find services that are tailored to meet your needs, whatever those may be.
Piedmont Cutoff Highway in Glencoe and Highway 431 in Anniston. Our family serving your family.
I'd like to welcome everyone back into the Calhoun County Quarterback Club's High School Football Media Day. Before we get with our final group of the day on the stage, I would like to reiterate what was said several hours ago to lead this off about 10:15 this morning. Is we could not do what we do without the cooperation of Steve Driggers and the Anniston Country Club, all of our fine sponsors that you see on the board behind the team and the coach and the players, and our media partners that are here. Without those people helping out, we would not have a media day. This is our 6th year to do this, and we hope we do it for a long, long time, because in our opinion, you can't go wrong spotlighting kids and bringing attention to young people who work hard day in and day out to be the best they can. And we enjoy this game of football, and this is a way for us to honor our 13 local teams here in Calhoun County. But if you'll join me now in welcoming to this Cooper Chevrolet stage here at the 2024 High School Football Media Day, the Piedmont Bulldogs. Piedmont competes in 3A, Region 6. The head coach of the Bulldogs is Jonathan Miller. Today, Coach Miller has brought with him senior linebacker Caleb Tidwell and senior linebacker Cale Austin. Coach Miller, welcome. We will start with your opening comments.
Thanks for having us, and this is such an exciting time of year. This is a great event. We appreciate the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for putting this together. This officially signals that football is here. I think for coaches now, there's two things that let you know it's right around the corner. July 4th, seems like the summer's over then, and then today is officially signifies the start, for everybody. Most people start Monday with practice, so it's an exciting time of the year. It's a great event, being able to highlight kids and communities in this area, and there's a lot of good football in this area, a lot of good coaches, a lot of good players. So we appreciate everything you guys do to elevate and promote our sport. The two young men that I brought today, Caleb Tidwell, Cale Austin, both seniors, both play the same position, outside linebacker on defense. Cale's a 3-year starter. Caleb will be a 2-year starter. Best thing I can say about these guys, they're great young men. Great representatives of Piedmont in the community, in the classroom, and on the football field. So great students, great leaders, lead by example. You're always going to catch them doing the right thing. They're dependable, coachable, so just great assets to our football program.
We'll open it up to questions. Joe Medley with the first question.
Yeah, Jonathan, can you speak to Cole's development since last season, and also what's it going to mean to get Raleigh back this year?
Well, I think Cole probably had the toughest job of any player in the state last year. Following Jack Hayes and the career he put together at Piedmont, being the next quarterback, those were big shoes to fill. So, with the way the season started, we all struggled early on, Cole included. Our schedule was crazy early in the season. That didn't do us any favors. I didn't do a great job of putting him in positions to be successful in those two early ball games. I felt like we had a good team. I felt like would have a good offense. We were replacing 10 starters. And I felt like as the season went on, we would kind of find ourselves. And we did. It just took a little bit longer because, we had issues with injuries. And you mentioned Raleigh, and that was a big one, game 4. When we were starting to roll offensively, and then that happened, and kind of set us back another couple of weeks. But I think Cole played extremely well the last 3 or 4 games of the year. And he's got all his weapons back now, so that's the important thing. We went into a lot of games last year with maybe one guy that could make an explosive play, and in any level of football, you got to have guys that can make explosive plays. So, we went into games where, we maybe had one guy available to us that could do that. So that kind of set us back a little bit too. But his development was huge for us. He threw for over 300 yards in our second-round playoff game. That was it just showed his growth, maturity. He handled everything like a pro. A great young man. So I think he's going to have a big year for us. So we're looking forward to his continued development this season. As far as Raleigh goes, obviously Raleigh is, one of the best players in this area. Regardless of classification, he's a playmaker. He's a competitor, guy that you want the ball in his hands. So it's great to have him back. The good thing about his injury and really our other ACL injuries, they happened early in the season. So it wasn't good last year, but this year they were able to rehab and get back. So Raleigh's been cleared for a couple months now. So he's back 100%, ready to roll, as are our other guys. So, having the combination of Raleigh and Ishmael together, I'm excited to see how that develops.
Jonathan, you obviously came from a program where you had several years with a lot of success. You stepped into the Piedmont job. Obviously, you wanted it, but things started kind of slow. How long did it take you to really get a comfort level there?
It was not during the season, because
I believe that.
it was one of those years, and I've had these before as a coach, where if it could go wrong, it went wrong. All across the board, not just with the injuries, but we had a lot of crazy things happen during the course of the season. It was just one of those years. I think if you coach long enough, you're going to have more than one of those. So, it just got to the point week to week, we didn't know what was going to happen next. You just kind of hold your breath and hang on. It's like a roller coaster. So, we did get a little bit more comfort maybe week 9 with what we were doing and our quarterback developing and things like that. But I think as far as being comfortable 100%, I would say probably March, April. I feel pretty good about where we're at. Feel pretty good about our off season, getting bigger and stronger. Feel good about the kids we have coming back, the kids we got in the program. So, I'm at that point now. So, I think a big thing too is when you come in a new situation, you don't know how kids are going to react when adversity hits. And obviously we had plenty of that last year. So we learned a lot about our kids, or I did during that time period. So be good for us moving forward.
I got a question right here for Cale and Caleb. Coach just talked about it. You went through adversity last year that Piedmont hadn't seen in a while. You learn a lot about players, young men, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. But what did y'all, now that y'all have had Coach Miller for one full year, what did y'all learn about Coach Miller over the last year?
Well, I'd say that I learned that he never gave up through any type of adversity. He's always been a winning coach wherever he's gone. So we have the same expectations with him as we did with our previous coach.
Like he said, there was a couple of challenges we faced, but he didn't back down from them. We went head first into the challenges and we solved them. And this year we're going to be better than ever, and we're going to hit the ground running.
To follow up on that, now that he has been here a year, is anything you see different in Coach from last year? I know he's been coaching for a while, but have you seen anything different over the last few months than you did when he first got there?
Well, over the last few months, I've realized that he's gotten a lot less quiet. When you come to, it's like a kid coming to a new school. You're really quiet. You don't know anyone. But now that he knows everyone, he's a lot more comfortable with us. Stuff like that.
Just the way he pushes us in the weight room, pushes us on our practices on 7-on-7 and stuff, just shows us that he's ready to win, and we're ready to win and hit this year going.
So, Caleb, you mean he's not as quiet as he was? We always thought he was one of the quietest coaches we got here in the county. You never know what he's thinking. That's when it's bad, when a coach is quiet like that. Question over here.
I got a question, for Caleb and Cale. Now that y'all are both seniors, top of the ladder, does that put any additional pressure? Obviously, you start the season with, pressure, but now that y'all are both seniors, do you have more pressure on you with, the younger guys looking up to y'all and, leading the team?
Well, as a senior, you always have those smaller guys looking up to you, but other than that, I don't really feel any more pressure because, I started last year. I still already had some people looking up to me even though I was still a junior. But, as coming up to as what I feel like a leader to this team, I feel like I have more responsibilities to, watch myself as I play on the field, and the examples I set for those younger kids.
I don't think there's any more pressures. We have people up and down from seniors all the way to the upcoming freshmen know how to win and know how to compete, and it's just guiding them in the right direction because everybody, we're in the program, we know how to win. We just got to join together and do it that way.
Because of the hard work, we'll get to you in a minute, Jim, because of the hard work and efforts over the last several years of your predecessors, Piedmont fans have just got spoiled to winning. Not just winning, but winning championships. Last year, during the season, y'all could see things that were going on that were out of your control, but sometimes the average fan doesn't relate that to maybe a loss here or a loss there. Did you see the community continue to rally behind you and say, you know what, we understand y'all going to fight through this? Was that comforting to know that because your fans would still come out and support you at the games? Cale?
I think we have one of the best communities in the state, They're always there to back us no matter winning, losing, whatever happens. They're there to back us, and it's just the comfort of knowing that the community is around you, and they know how to win, and they expect it, but they're also there no matter what happens.
As he said, I feel like we have one of the best communities around. I know not one moment through all those adversities I knew that I had the best community behind my back, and I never felt different throughout the season.
Jim?
Jonathan, let's talk about the region just a little bit. I mean, obviously you're very familiar with the region, but usually with this region, there's one or two teams at the top of it that we can kind of look at and say, well, they're the favorites going into the year. But I think with this region this year, there's a lot of parity top to bottom, and there's a good football team that's probably not going to make it past Halloween.
Well, that will be the case for sure. And I think there's we played J.B. Pennington in the first round of the playoffs. Last year they were second place in their region. Now they are coming into this one, which is obviously one of the toughest in the state. You got Locust Fork, who was very good football team, got beat by 5 last year in the playoffs. And, they're going to have one of the best 2 or 3 players in our region in their quarterback. So it's balanced. I think you can probably say there's a lot of coaches in this region that feel like they got a shot to make the playoffs right now. So, there'll be some factors that play into this. How things fall, which teams are able to stay healthy, and which teams keep improving throughout the season. But those are a couple things that I think will definitely determine the pecking order. And also, I think those non-region games are going to be very important too, because they very well could be some crazy tiebreaker situations. So,
yeah, and you and the players can address this. The game with Cherokee County. Talked to Coach Kelly about it this past Saturday up there at Media Day. It's obviously marked on their calendar. It's a great game for both schools. A lot of rivalry in it. Just what's it mean to start the season off with a game of that magnitude from a coaching and a player standpoint?
Well, I'll speak on it. I've always looked at it as next game mentality. No matter who it is, I feel like we're going to win. Center's always been a rival to us, and it's been one of the funnest games that I've ever played. But it's always that winning mentality, and that we're going to win.
If you look at it, I think for both teams, it's going to give us an idea of where we're at. It's week 0. It's probably, a week earlier than we would have liked to played it. But with us being in a 9-team region, we really couldn't avoid it. So be a good gauge to see where we're at, where we need to go, and it will be for them too. But, I think it's be one of the best games in the state that week.
All right, another question right here.
Coach, you led off talking with, after Joe asked his question about offense. Obviously, you feel like these two guys are going to have a really good season for you defensively. Just talk a little bit more, maybe some other names on defense that we can expect to hear from.
Obviously, these two guys, being returning starters, we can start there. They're going to be keys for our success. Guys that have a lot of experience, been there and done that, played a lot of football for us. So these two guys will have a big impact on our season defensively. We are replacing 6 guys on that side of the ball. So there's some areas where we need to, and some guys returning that need to play a little bit better too. So, I think, we got some guys. Demetrius Owen plays corner for us, has played a lot of football for us. Davion Stintz at the other corner has played a lot of football for us. Those are 2 guys that are going to have an impact on our season. Also, Brody Holmesley, we'll use him a little bit offensively and defensively too. He's a returning starter on that side. So, those are some of the names, and it may be a situation to where our offense has to carry us just a little bit early in the season until we kind of get our footing on the defensive side of the ball.
As we begin to wrap it up, looking back, I think Piedmont's first state championship was in 2009, I believe. So this will be 16 seasons later. So if there's been one constant in Calhoun County, it's been Piedmont football the last 16 years, and we don't expect anything less this coming year. We wish you all the best with the season. We wish you health, because after last year, you could use some healthy players. But Coach, good to have you and the players here again at Media Day. If you will, just give us your final thoughts on Piedmont football.
Again, I'd like to thank everybody for being here today. Calhoun County Quarterback Club for putting this together. It's a very exciting time. We're looking forward to the season. We kind of have a bad taste in our mouth, from last year, and a lot of things that were not in our control, didn't go our way. So hopefully the ball will bounce our way more this year, because we've got a team that, if we stay healthy and continue to get better as the season goes along, we can be dangerous, if we can get in the playoffs.
Well, there you have it. We've heard from the Piedmont Bulldogs, and they will be the caboose of our 13 teams we've had here at the 2024 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day. On behalf of the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, we thank you for tuning in, and we will see you here again next year, the fourth Friday in July. We'll be back right here for the 7th annual Calhoun County Media Day. So long, everyone.
Y'all did a good job.
There you go. Whoever got the helmet. Kale, thank you all. There you go. Did you enjoy that? Go back and watch FNN Network, and you'll hear yourself. And this weekend, if you got time, just go to FNN Network, YouTube TV, or whatever you pull up on your TV and watch it. So it'll be covered. Thank you very much. All right, I'll see you soon. See you later, buddy.
know, they go to the case.